contest begins.
Sound is I can't. Now see part of the first match for Estes. Light and a Jester. Very I lack with classic
Unnerved.
composition come to been like a variant on the Halo Vestal added in for extra guns. Direct damage team that plays on a lot of action.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
For damage, not quite enough to take the anti-barrier down to 0. That Sunlight does have an opportunity. Bounty Hunter right out the gate.
Test. Hold fast or
Need
expire.
to get healed. Does have Master doesn't have protect him. Protect him, so he cannot guard the antiquarian. That means that Silax Bounty Hunter only going to be able to finish off the a kill right in round 2. Round 2 fight. But,
Survival
oh,
is
it's
a
a
tenuous proposition
very
in this sprawling
fight.
tomb. Fight on. The mob rallies
Very
to the
aggressive,
underdog.
like the you hit that Arbalest Pepper Dog. You probably get another kill with the alley rather than later. Might even out the odds here. Prioritizing Arbalest and her very high damage attacks mixed with character. And we kind of saw this as players were adapting to Stylax's strategy last tournament. That they tried focusing down a bunch of different characters throughout the tournament. Most successful after his Arbalest for that today.
Such a terrible
That
assault
crit
left unanswered.
of the Jester, Bounty Hunter, Bounty Hunter. Solo, he's hoping that he can get some dodges. 5 dodge on that Jester with the buff from Solo. Next, catch this up as if he's lucky
This
enough
is no
to
place
not
for
get
the
death
weak
going.
or the
Not gonna happen.
foolhardy.
Kept with the
Fight on. The mob rallies to the underdog.
match goes to Lilac.
You deny the rabble their sport and fuel their frustration.
That is 0. back to my screens that players that they don't know. Okay. Am I still cutting? Testing? You think I am cutting? Seems better now. Okay. I'm so sorry for the early mix-up. Yeah, so we're gonna see, can Shep run this back? Shep has often expressed the opinion that it's sort of a rock, paper, scissors, that damage teams beat DOT teams, beat stress teams. We've seen that, saw that happen right away in the first matchup. The players, oh, they seem to be starting to go into the second match. Shepherd Doggy goes first, getting that first turn advantage. We are seeing a new composition. He's taking the Flazen comp, and sure enough, taking advantage of his philosophy of rock, paper, scissors, bringing a stress comp against a damage comp. Flazen comp is an extremely durable stress team that can basically get up to 80% or so protection on the front line, while doing an immense amount of stress and a damage threat to the Abomination and the Crusader and the Great Robber. Probably one of the best stress comps in the game. And call it the Flazen comp because invented by a player named Flazen. Thylac bringing the same composition he did last game. His old reliable. Got that double stun trinkets on his Crusader. Or no, wait, no. Thylac is actually not bringing old reliable. He switched out Vestal for the classic Halo comp, getting even more aggressive. Maybe he was thinking that he'd be facing another DOT comp, and that the Vestal wouldn't be useful against all that damage. Yeah, opting for the tempo play, omitting the ballad. That definitely seems like what's going on here.
The buffoon is flummoxed.
Sniper shot taking about half of Abomination's health, but he's not really, he doesn't really have a death threat here, unless what could happen that we could see a zealous accusation or a stun coming out of the Crusader, followed by a finale from Thylax Jester. That would get rid of the Abomination very early, which would be very good for Thylax because it won't be able to get his two transformations out. Usually, the Flazen comp doesn't care that much if the Abomination dies, but he doesn't want it to die too soon. He doesn't want it to die before it gets two transformations. Thylax knows that and is going after it right away, since it's probably the most vulnerable member that comes. So he's holding off on using Finale, which I'm not sure how I feel about, because he still does have the option of using Protect here from the Man-at-Arms. On the other hand, he might want that to happen, because if he protects me, then it'll use up the Man-at-Arms turn, and he can use a Dirk Stab to bypass the shield, possibly getting a kill from the bleed without using up Finale, and while using up more of Shep's turns. That what we're going to see? Is he going to try to protect him? Then we're going to see that into a Dirk Stab. Or will Shep recognize this and take a different route?
Another life wasted in the pursuit of glory and gold.
Not even needing a Dirk Stab, just straight up going for maximum value with the Harvest. And we're seeing a Paranoid on the Arbalest. That's going to give a chance of passing turns, a little extra dodge chance, but that's not going to do much for Arbalest. All those bleeds set up, and with the Harvest being a successful finish, that puts Shep in a very disadvantageous position. Can he make that stress build up fast enough with death coming as quickly as it has been? And without another Abomination terror application. That Jester still has its Finale. That sniper shot's coming through. Not a crit, but it does still do a hefty amount of damage to a marked target. Starting to see stress build up though. What will happen next? How does Silac come into this? It doesn't have a way to damage the third row, because his Bounty Hunter is stuck in the back. Vader doesn't have a way to do it, but he still can probably finish off the Man-at-Arms with a Finale, just because of the lead, right?
The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
Even with he doesn't even have a bellow on him. He's got full damage to be able to finish him off. And so he's basically asking himself, do I want a Finale now, or do I want to wait for him? Do I want a Dirk Stab? So since he Dirk Stabbed, I think what he's waiting for to happen here is for the Man-at-Arms to bleed out, and the Bounty Hunter to move up, have that Dirk Stab, and finish him, threatening the Man-at-Arms next turn. He's not too worried about the pressure that Shep's putting out right now. He thinks he can save his Finale, go for the greedy play. The other reason to do that is because if he uses Finale, he takes that big plus 100% stress taken buff. Silac probably doesn't want that when he's playing against a stress team, right? Main Flare taking out those debuffs, just completely undoing the effect of Bellow. Bellow stacks arches, gone, and Toxin Trickery no, he doesn't want Toxin Trickery. Once he makes sure that Jester has a chance of something going wrong with Affliction.
There can be no hope.
Hopeless will indeed give him a chance of passing turns. Something going wrong for the Crusader as well, but he gets Virtuous and Powerful, which is going to make the devastating damage of the Halo Column just that much worse, as Powerful just outputs buff after buff after buff to damage. It's not looking so hot for Shep. Are seeing a refutation of the we're seeing Silax saying, offering a refutation of the rock paper scissors theory, just tearing through the stress composition with raw damage. And it really is a gamble to use a stress comp against that Crusader's trinket because of that virtue chance. 30% of the time is gets a buff for your troubles. Rally to the flame, get that Man-at-Arms off Death's Door, force him to take a few extra actions if he wants to avoid using Finale to get rid of him. But that Jester still has the finisher. They don't have any, and they don't have any bellow stacks. I think he's going to just go right back down to 0 real quick here.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Oh, is that an act out? Probably not what Silac wanted to happen, but we are seeing the chance of Afflictions to make just about anything happen. Bellows out. Light bless you all, and that's going to get the extra plus 15% damage to the whole team buff on an already very high damage team. Probably going to be a finish. Yes, it is a finish to the Arbalest, evening things out here. And Shep bring it back. That stress really is starting to build up. Oh, and he damages himself, but it's not quite enough. He has 4 blight on him, but 5 HP, so that's not going to be quite enough. One Death's Door, but it is going to put the bounty hunter there. That greedy play, trying to finish off the Man-at-Arms, has not been paying off for Silac. He's got that magic pixel left. Going to take too many actions to get through him, and those bellows have been paying off. Time. Even with the Virtuous, I can see Shep running this back. That greedy play is going to give the Man-at-Arms a chance to put out bellow after bellow. Oh, and he's going for the finale on the healthy Grave Robber, taking her out, leaving only the 2 low health members left.
Facing the abyss.
This is the result of holding off on Finale for so long. It just does so much damage that it can take out the Grave Robber immediately. Are seeing quite a lot of stress, but it's down to just a Crusader. It's going to be real hard to get through to live long enough, especially with Stunning Blow still in the works and a double stun trinket. He can just deny Shep turns.
Fight on. The mob rallies to the underdog.
Even with the stun resistance, even with that 70% stun resistance from the buff, with those double stun trinkets, it only has a 30% chance of actually resisting it and getting a turn. Mark for death, removing the death blow chance. Dark Stab, reducing him to 0 with a crit.
Survival is a tenuous proposition in this sprawling tomb.
And the first match goes to Thylac. Being on, Thylac will progress to my finals. And next up, we have let's get our competitors in here. Comment. Hey, what do you think of the match, guys? You got a rematch of the finals, all right from the beginning.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, Salak played that really well. I don't think I was on my A game today.
Oh yeah. Am I correct in thinking it's your theory that basically stress teams counter direct damage, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that they completely counter it because damage is the
You'd say
strongest kind of team.
it's kind
But
of just a little bit of an edge.
yeah, the little
Yeah.
bit of an edge. The complete counter is between stress and damage over time. That's the complete counter.
Oh, okay.
You
So
know, I do believe Salak got a bit lucky on that finale, and also getting the virtue.
oh yeah, definitely the 30% virtue chance. That's always the risk when playing a stress team against teams with those kind of trinkets. So we have our next match is Willis's versus myself. So Shep, your turn to commentate and
Yes,
pick out
sir.
all and criticize every single move I make, right? point out everything.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so being on Willis's, what is do I have you on Steam in here?
He's not in here, but I MP him, so he is coming
Okay.
because he has Discord on his phone.
You know what? We can do lots of pasta versus Javelol first because you guys are ready, right?
I am ready. I don't know if.
I'm ready.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, cool.
Okay. So let's have you guys go first then. In that
Okay,
case, whoever's streaming, go into
I
the
will.
tournament room,
Okay, I will.
and then we're going to that way nobody else can see.
So Willis thinks it's his turn now, so you have
I'm
to
here,
inform him.
guys.
Oh, okay. He's here.
Oh,
So
let's go.
me versus Willis's.
Let's get on with it.
I have your add me on Steam, Willis.
Yeah, but on Steam, but
Yeah.
I
What's
don't
your
know.
friend code?
Let me check. My friend code, that's my ID
You don't
of
need
Steam.
to say it on stream. You can just message it.
So if you don't have his friend code, Ludic7 is easy to find just by writing his name down.
Yeah,
Just write
you can just add me
Ludic7.
directly. Write my name into Steam and find it. He else has my name.
But how can I do that?
Let me show you. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm streaming quickly just to show him.
Listen, let's do Javelol match first. Well, add me.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Next match is Javelol versus Lots of Pasta.
All right.
Javelol, can you set up your perfect? I can just fine. So you are good to start whenever you are ready.
Okay. Can you force us to be deafened
Yes.
so I cannot hear you?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
I do not appear to have sound from you.
Oh yeah, sure. It's normal because I
Yeah,
play
got
with
it.
music. My bad. Up. It is fine.
Yes, perfect.
So I'm waiting for lots of pasta.
Yeah. Are
Oh, it's
connected.
okay.
Start whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, mute myself first.
All right, Ludic, don't forget to change the screen.
Yep, I
you
got
know.
it.
Sorry, we're having a disconnection from lots of pasta. So he will be back real soon.
All right, both players are ready again. We are going into match number 1 between Javelol and Lots of Pasta. So we have seen Javelol playing before in the past. He did get reasonably far, but hopefully has something new to prove today. And this is the first time we are going to see Lots of Pasta play. All right, what do you think of the compositions, Ludic?
Let's see. We got
The contest begins.
I kind of have to see their hits, you know. Okay, we've got double stuns on Lots of Pasta, and we've got a balanced damage out. Looks like a damaged team. Lots of Pasta. damage and control from the shield breaker, some riposts to punish AoE teams from the highwayman, and double stuns from the Crusader and the Vestal.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very balanced kind of team against, I think, a very defensive team from Javelol that is
You've got
also
a
focused on
triple
stunning.
stun
Yeah,
with a man at arms, and we kind of are not sure. Have we seen what he's got on for hits on that man at arms? I'm guessing.
no,
I'm
we have
guessing
not
it's
seen it
triple
yet.
stun with an extra side of stress threat, because he's got the abomination and the man at arms. Sure enough, he's got the pit fighter's helm. What is that gauntlet that he's got on?
It's the Veteran's Gauntlet. It adds a bit of damage, and it adds move chance and daze chance to his abilities, like the melee abilities.
So
So
he's
very good
getting that extra
synergy with Rampart.
positioning. Yeah, he's got that extra positioning control Rampart, and
Yeah,
all in addition to the knockback from Slam on the very
yeah. The problem
disruptive
is,
triple stun team. Triple stun, a bonus daze, 2 moves, very disruptive, very defensive. That doesn't have like the fastest stress output, but it does have stress output combined with so much ability to slow down the enemy. We're gonna see how well that plays out against lots of
we are
pastas.
indeed.
More damage. They're a little more aggressive, a little. That riposte isn't really going to be doing him a lot of favors against Havilal's single target, because Havilal doesn't have any AoE there. What is the Highwayman bringing to this?
Well, I guess you can bring the dodge debuff that also will do absolutely nothing. And, well, I guess if he does have bleed out instead of wicked slice, he could do some decent damage over time. It's kind of a weird character, the Highwayman.
We've got Kino over here cheering for Team France. Vive la France.
Yeah, we see that dodge debuff going through. It might help out. We never know. A bit of dodge is still more than 0.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit of dodge on his team, but just 19, right? It's plus the riposte. He is. I'm guessing the Highwayman's purpose for existing right here is like 90%, just so he has that riposte to punish AoE team.
Yeah, I would say so.
Unfortunately, that role is not doing anything against Javelals.
Yeah, now we see the problem here on Javelal's team is that it looks very susceptible to the punctures from that shield breaker, honestly. We are seeing the Vestal in first position, and soon the A-bomb could go to 4th.
Yeah, Abomination does not like to be in 4th, Vestal does not like to be in 1st.
And also, there is still plenty of stuns from lots of past this team. Kind of,
Sure enough,
it's just
and Javel
yeah.
also
Half
can't
of
be
the
making
players, half of the characters on this round are not going to play.
Yeah, exactly. They've just got stuns upon stuns on both sides. Everyone here basically wishing they had an Arbalest right now.
Yeah.
To just dispel those stuns.
We are seeing that Vestal drop very low.
Bend it?
There is, yeah,
But,
there is no real like.
He doesn't have Bellow on his man-at-arms, so he doesn't have a way to really press. What is his plan?
Oh.
What is his plan to finish out? Is it just to have so much disruption that the enemy can't play? I don't think
Yeah,
that's
this
going to
is kind
work
of-
because he, like you said, is vulnerable to disruption. Got the character or three characters around. Even the Man-at-Arms doesn't like to be moved around if he's relying on his stun ability, or I'm sorry, move and daze ability, Rampart.
Yeah, and now we are seeing that Vestal dropping to 0 HP, and there is already no more heal. There
Just
is no
clicks
chance
her
for a guard
off.
because
Yeah, and
yeah,
he
the
doesn't
guard break is just too much.
gonna have the guard break from puncture, but lots of pasta
Ooh.
is giving an opening defend here. Now Javelal can defend since the puncture has already gone through.
Well, you have to think that might be a bit of a
Um,
bait though, because the puncture is just coming again next round into that Vestal. So, and there is also the possibility of a stun. There's just so much on the hands of Otsapasa to disrupt that.
so hi Fjarl. Hopefully I'm saying that right. This is the second match between Javelal and Lots of Pasta. First match was between Silac and Shep. We're on to the second match for the first round of 0-0. Javelal, Lots of Pasta.
That A-bomb being able to get both of his transforms off. Oh, this is a very good play. Stunning that shield breaker.
Yeah, stunning the
160
shield
accuracy.
breaker. Stunning the shield breaker means that doesn't have to worry about losing the Vestal for a while yet.
Oh,
Oh, nope.
stun
The
happens
stun
though.
goes through. Just say that guard, leaving the Vestal vulnerable, but he does have Rally to the Flame.
Yeah, you know what I would have loved to see? If Javelal had used Rampart on that shield breaker, he would get both the Vestal to a healing position, keep her guarded, and daze the shield breaker, making it so she couldn't act to break that guard in time. So Javelal probably not understanding just the potential that Rampart has to disrupt the match, and now he's back in a very not good looking position, let's put it that way.
Clicking off stun instead of using Vestal's possibly last chance to take a turn. And
Well, there is no chance for a death blow just yet, because that Crusader has no way of hitting position 1.
That's true. And he is going to get his turn first. What we might see... What we could see Rampart. Or no, because already not guarded. What can we do?
Yeah.
He can heal himself with Rally of the Flame. Rampart. What? Highwayman? Oh. I guess that's not as bad as it could. Because
Yeah, you have
he
to believe that
basically
the
wants
first play.
basically doesn't want to get point blank shot, I think. But
Yeah.
that's the problem there. Putting the Vestal right back in the front. What he could have done is he could have done that on the shield breaker, delayed the puncture, and then ensured that if she doesn't die immediately, she can start healing herself.
Yeah, indeed.
Dazzling light coming out. Done on the Abomination. Eye of the Flame trying to keep that Vestal in the game.
We are seeing some stress racking up on Otsapasta's side, but there is no real more stress coming in soon. There's no bellow in the form of the Man-at-Arms. The Crusader is very far from being able to do any stress.
I'm hearing people
And
saying
that A-bomb is just gonna get stun-locked.
that my audio has been skipping this. That's weird because that hasn't been happening any of the past streams. I haven't changed anything about my setup.
It just might be a connection issue.
Okay.
Oh, we see Javel going for a very risky stun there, 50-50, and also hitting into that riposte.
Point blank shot in her at death's door. And
That
putting
was-
her back into position 2, giving her an opportunity either stun or heal.
That was very unfortunate from that point blank shot not to actually kill. It was a 70% chance.
But a 70% chance is still a 30% chance to fail. It's not insignificant.
Now we are just going to see, ooh, an expose instead of another puncture.
Bows, and that's going to make her afflicted.
Yeah.
And it is going to give him a chance to put on the protection.
Oh, I believe he wanted to do that so he can kill her right now.
Oh
with Holy-
no!
That
She
affliction
refuses the
also.
protection. That's gotta hurt.
Wow.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah. That has got to hurt.
I can just feel it, man. Javelol's like so excited. He gets to click protect on the Vestal now. He knows the
Not
puncture's
today.
down. And
Oh, now the Holy
no,
Lance
the Holy Lance is gonna come through.
doesn't
Still
kill.
hanging on death's door.
Is she going to accept the heal? She survived like 4 death blows already.
He's just marveling at her remaining death blow chance, sitting at 30% left. Oh, where's Vestal gets stunned?
Not enough damage
Still
to
has,
drop
she
her to
still
death
has
blow.
that 1 hit point left. All she really needs.
We
What do you-
see a move. I'm not
That
too
move.
sure if I agree with that.
Yeah, because she could just puncture and put him right back up, right? I think he forgot about
Yeah.
puncture. Okay, but here's what he can do. Here's what he can do. He can rally to the flame, and it will remove that the puncture debuff. Oh,
It
but
will?
does he know that? Yeah, it does. Actually remove.
Ooh.
And
I
he's
didn't know
afraid of
that.
point blank shot, and I don't agree with that. Rally to the flame, it will remove guard debuff. A lot of people don't know that.
Probably
It
gonna
does- it-
see this Vestal going down.
Yeah, a
now.
lot of people don't know that it will do that.
Well, I didn't. Now I do.
I've played
Oh
this
my
game so
God.
many years and never learned that watch is gonna happen. Oh wait, no,
Oh.
no! She refuses. She
That
refuses.
affliction.
Oh no!
Oh, Crusader does drop to death's door.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna survive another turn at this rate.
Probably not. She has 15% death blow resist.
Yeah, 50% death blow resist and gonna be able to just have Wicked Slice come in. That's a guaranteed death blow, isn't it?
Yeah, about. I think it was a 95.
95.
This Crusader resisting the move because of that glorious standard. So what is Javelol's plan here? He needs to get his Crusader to position 2 and just start using Zealous Accusation, I believe.
Now that'll work.
There is still 2 stuns on...
There's 2 stuns.
Yeah.
Doesn't really have to actually act, and a puncture can still disrupt the party line.
It will have to move a corpse though, so it's a 50% move resist, a bit higher.
Can OCR rooting for Team France, and he's still able to win though. What do you think is path to victory today?
Well, he needs to kill a character like yesterday. Let's be honest. There is still 2 healers on Watsapasta's side. This is looking very grim, I would say. He needs to get some afflictions as well. That's probably one of his only hopes.
Yeah, I'd say his hope right now, if he can get characters afflicted with a good zealous accusation, he comes in right now, avoids his crusader getting stunned, and comes through with a critical zealous accusation, full afflicted. They start acting out the right act outs. Something could happen. Something could. But no, Lotsapost is denying the chance at a zealous accusation by pulling the abomination to the front.
Ooh, we see a dodge.
That bolster finally paying off.
Yeah, I had even forgotten that was a bolster.
Yeah.
2, I think that's just enough to drop to Death's Door. Yeah. Now there's a 50-50 incoming with that Wicked Slice. Stun resist though.
But Wicked Slice has
Oh,
come up with a death blow. He actually was
yeah.
It actually would have been better for him if it had critted, right? So he would have gotten rid of the corpse.
Yeah, definitely.
Really need Bella's accusation desperately. And one of the things is if he had a Bellow on that Man at Arms, they would already have 3 afflictions.
Definitely.
Given that his path to victory stress, it's very risky to not have Bellow on the man. Yes, I think the thought process that he has so much disruption that nobody's concerned about those guns. But as we can see, his team mental knockback.
And stuns
like
too. They also did a lot of disruption.
Double stun and a knockback. Not a knockback, as it were. I mean, displacement.
Oh, there is a chance for Zealous now. Oh.
And no Zealous. And a goes for the stun.
Yeah, it might have been too late.
Right,
there is still the dodge on that shield breaker.
That's 1-0. Phyllis's. I really want to see. I really want to see Javelol bring his stuff because I know he has been trying so hard lately. He's been training, practicing. Wants that win. He's hungry, man. Just had a little more stress output. Could have been another story.
Yeah, if he had like some kind of traditional stress team, I really don't believe Watsapasta's team would have had a chance. Traditional damage that doesn't have any kind of marks really suffers against stress. Oh, we are going into match number 2. And oh my goodness, lots of pasta sees that he's got the advantage and goes for something crazy. I do believe this is a heal flagellant that just wants to go ham. Ludic, are you seeing the same screen that I'm seeing?
Setting up. Yeah, I am seeing a leper. Yeah, we're seeing the rare backline flagellant, right?
Hell
Just a
yeah.
straight up heal and support flagellant. Basically, I think the idea here that hey, if you push my leper out of position, I'm gonna have a flagellant right in your face, right? I'm gonna have a jester right in your face. Push back that leper, its composition is still fine, right?
I'm not too sure if that's the idea, but that is a suggestion.
And sure
Ooh,
enough,
it does happen.
we're seeing the jester get pushed up to the front as a result of the leper attack. But the fact that he didn't open with damage, if he had opened with chop, possibly be threatening a happening on turn.
Yeah, we see lots of pasta going for Bork of Light and Withstand against the stress team. Like, that is weird. That is not something that you want to see, honestly. That's just 2 wasted turns, essentially.
Yeah, we're seeing
You know,
a Flazen style composition Javelol.
well, not a Flazen style, an actual Flazen composition from Javelol.
Yeah, it just is the Flazen team.
Yeah. And you see, the Panic Dots does not care for Bark of Light, does not care for Withstand. Oh, a Suffer.
Taking
Shifting some damage onto
So
that
that all
flagellant.
that healing, all that damage redirection from the flagellant, I don't think that's going to be very impactful against Havelol's team because his win condition is stress, right? That flagellant isn't stress. He doesn't have the stress heal.
Well, the ability that he is using makes it so he takes less stress, already having the Gauntlet of Absolution. So
Yeah,
he's going
but
to be almost
he's just
impossible to kill.
worrying about getting rid of the first 3 characters.
Yeah, definitely.
Question is, does he focus? Manacles trying to stun out that Crusader.
The Crusader does have a very good stress heal there, being able to both remove horror and add a virtue chance.
He does have a stress heal on the Crusader, and he has the mantle with it. So yeah, that's a very strong stress heal, and gives the virtue chance.
That could be
Jester
very
heading
fun
back
to
to
see
the front.
happening.
I think we're likely to see another slam coming up round 3.
Yeah, definitely.
Will the Zealous be enough? Zealous be enough to collect him?
Well, there is the Glorious Standard reducing some stress, so I am not too sure.
Glorious Standard doesn't have the Mallard virtue chance though, correct? That's just the
No,
blade.
it does not.
So could potentially. Oh, that 5% dodge, 5 dodge, making a miss.
That is really unlucky. It's the 93% chance of hitting.
Oh,
you hate to see
are we
it,
gonna see
honestly.
a Bellow? I think Bellow. Come on, Bellow. Get that leper's damage down. Oh, but he resists the debuff. And sadly, we are not seeing affliction yet, but might see it from Abomination. Tech. How close is he? Then 8. Might actually be. Oh, here comes the Zealous. Come on. Got it?
Maybe the Zealous is a bit of a waste because it only does 4 stress to that Crusader.
Masochistic.
So some wasted stress there.
Masochistic. Is that going to help him at all, though? Because self-damage, this guy's not going to die from self-damage.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Masochistic does have a chance of killing himself when at death's door, though, and that is not very good. It also means that he's not gonna dodge the the Zell's accusation now.
Oh, the masochistic lowers dodge chance, huh? So
By
that 5 dodge is
15.
gone.
Yeah.
The 5 dodge is gone. Oh no. His only defense.
Well, just putting in some harvest, that A-bomb's probably gonna drop to death's door.
15% chance of virtue. 5 rounds off that try.
It works 15% of the time, 100% of the time. It did also remove the horror stacks that were on that leper. The thing with what's past this team here is that he has a Jester to be able to get an early edge and then just have too much healing against Travel. I do suppose that was his plan, and it can still happen if he's able to kill this Abomination soon. But having a Grave
Ooh,
Robber and
that
a Crusade
crit.
and Man at Arms,
Not only
I'm not sure.
stun him, it's also enough stress to make him abusive and be
Oh,
abusive. Actually going to boost damage a fair bit, but it making it from to finale, but more importantly, it's going to make him dish out a lot of stress to his allies.
also reducing his dodge by 15 as well. Meaning that the Bellow is probably not gonna miss now. Ooh,
Bellow
going for a guard.
guard. Got the 3-round guard trinket too. That's going to keep him nice and safe for a long time. And Willis
3 damage.
or lots of pasta just getting 3 damage. We're seeing all that stacked up prot, the sheer durability of the Blazing team. Like they don't need to heal, they just can damage.
Leper going to the back line, even with the snuff.
He's got that net on paying off.
Oh, look at this Flagellant. He does not have Redeem. It's a heal support Flagellant without Redeem. That's very weird, isn't it? He just wants to have too many abilities at once. Now, if Javel doesn't realize this, his A-bomb will probably die if he doesn't heal, because there is still the bypass guard on that
Yeah, there's
Jester.
still the bypass guard on the Dirk stab. He is stunned right now, so might not need to do it.
Yeah, but he... Lots of pasta
Yeah,
does go
because
first
lots of
in this
pasta is going to
round.
go first. He does need to heal. He can get Dirk stabbed. And he does not. Okay, so can either. Okay, that crit.
Again,
that
wasting
crit
a lot of spread.
would have taken out later. Like he's losing the.
Yeah.
But it does make sure that everybody is afflicted. Does get another.
Ooh, what does he do? Bit of stress. Are you going to see a death blow?
Yeah, and we're seeing the death
worked.
blow. Sure enough. Probably really regretting not using Rally the Flame there when he had hands.
Yeah, and there is still a finale on the cards. That could just go into the Grave Robber, and then it's almost game over. Javelol taking such a huge gamble, almost unnecessarily.
Yeah, he probably didn't realize that Dirk Stab was still in the cards.
Oh my god. Do you realize what just happened, Ludic? That Exang got a crit on the Crusader, making him bleed for 9 for 4 rounds. That's the entire HP of the Crusader gone. There is no way to cure that bleed. This is brutal. We might see an Omega comeback from What's a Pasta right now.
He's still got a lot of blight and bleed backed up, but that also has Alley ready as that nearly unstressed late game flagellant. And he's got that leper.
Going
If
for
the leper
revenge.
has a way to get to the front, become a threat as well. It'll be anybody's game, basically.
Ooh, that act out. Adding a bit of stress. Does he survive?
Oh, and he
just barely.
survives. Oh, but he doesn't act out. Oh, and the
Oh.
death blow. And the masochistic. The masochistic. Death blowing himself.
Jeez.
We were saying, oh, masochistic might not do much. Nope. It immediately kills himself. The first
Ooh, that's just a
opportunity.
one
And,
strike
and look,
of a
he's
death blow.
highlighting that 199 out of 200. That magic pistol just killed the jester alive. Just barely.
Just barely.
Oh, there he
As a
goes.
heart attack, I don't believe there is enough finale damage to just straight up kill that grave robber. He does need a crit, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have the Reaper Shroud and he is abusive.
Trying it. Oh, and she dodges! She dodges it! And
What?
Lots of Pasta surrenders! His last hope
How
gone!
is that possible? He dodged the finale. I've never seen that happen in my life.
When's the last time
150
you
accuracy.
seen the finale get dodged? Never.
Oh
my
my
God.
god. A finale dodge of all things. That was insane. And we are
Oh
gonna get
my
into
goodness,
match
and
number
we're going
3.
into round 3. Javelal hungry for his first tournament win. So we'll get a change in lineup.
Familiarity breeds contempt
Perhaps.
and does not forgive failure.
We have yet to see, but players are going straight into match number 3. Alright, Watsapasa brings his tried and true composition. He won the first game with it, and he's going for it again. And now Javelol brings here what I think is... Oh, I've played against this already, I believe. I guess against a kind of version of it. I do believe this is a team that just tries to focus down a single character with just crazy amounts of output. I'm not too sure though, he can do pretty much anything with it. It's kind of a DOT team that also has some stress.
The opening battle ballad, just those attacks land. And lots of pasta bring same one he used in round 1, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. As I had said before. We do see a dodge though, that is good. T-dodge on that shield breaker. Paying off. Alright, we are going to see that Adder's Case, 25 damage on that Crusader over 5 rounds. Massive, I would say. Ooh, Instant Vendetta, reducing the dodge on that shield breaker, deciding not to go for the duelist advance first, what is usually more recommended.
So what I'm noticing about Javelol's team, he has no heals but lots of dodge. Basically throwing dodge to the wind, or I'm saying throwing healing to the wind and hoping that the dodge makes him stay in long enough to accomplish his goals.
Yeah, that is the plan, and there is no Chester on Wasapasta's side.
And
So,
sure enough,
yeah, the
that
dodge can work.
working. And Jester, no man-at-arms, no way to boost accuracy. Lots of pasta really has to pray to RNGs to get any hits in.
He must have prayed because immediately we see a stun on that Chester. Cheval transforms. He has 2 stun trinkets, deciding not to use them, instead going for a slam on the Crusader, making it so the Crusader cannot stun.
Is going to. Oh, she only has expose, does she?
That's a
Big
very
crit, though.
beefy expose, though.
Very beefy. If those characters get low, they
Ooh,
do
look at
not
Vestal
have.
going to position 2. Javel using all his disruption. That Shieldbreaker is also going to go to position 4, and that might not be the best place for her.
Yeah, she does not
Ooh,
like to be there. 'Cause the only
24.
thing she back there is puncture.
Oh, now the Vestal. The Vestal's in position 1. Look at that. In just 1 round, she went from 4 to 1.
So, but the one week Travel's team has no ability to get off death's door once he's there. But
I feel like this is the
Crusader
dodge
does.
version of the disruption team that he was bringing before, and it's working out way better.
Oh yeah. It's compared to what were you saying about the disruption team you brought before?
The first team to disrupt that he brought also had like the A-bomb to slam and the man-at-arms to do some stuff.
Yep.
This is working out a lot better.
There is.
You do see the Aegis coming forward. Even though the dodge is still only at 30, those 2 Aegis blocks are gonna keep
But
the shield
we
breaker
are
safe
going
for a bit
to
longer.
have to wonder how well this is going to hold up once things start getting to death's door.
Yeah, there is still a finale on that Jester. Like, this is
Gonna
not
move
looking
up.
too good for lots of pasta.
Gonna move up the Jester with a Dirk Stab. Oh, he's gonna harvest. Why is he not moving
He
her
probably
up?
doesn't want to move up because
He just
then
needs
he
the
would be forced to-
damage. He needs that blight and bleed damage.
Yeah, yeah. He also has the Hemlock. Ooh, Pierce doing
Wants to
almost
get
enough.
value out of that Hemlock. But I really think he needs to get somebody down fast, because if he doesn't, he does not have a way to sustain, right? He's on a timer here. What?
Yeah.
What? Why?
Maybe he was hoping. Well, I don't know, honestly.
What's the play there?
I think the Crusader already had more than enough blight on him. I am not sure what he did there,
Yeah,
honestly.
he had
Just
enough
wasting
blight
blight.
for sure. He definitely had enough blight.
Yeah, he has taken 2 panic darts, now 3 on the face, and also the
All right,
blight from that
so
shield breaker.
what can he do here? He can put on a riposte. He can put on an absolute.
Yeah, I'd say definitely put on that absolution.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to hit that riposte for sure.
Oh, Wicked Slice doing more than enough. A-bomb in danger.
Puncture? What? Oh, okay. Get it.
Yeah, I can see it working. Well, there's a chance for a death blow though.
Oh, death blow
And it
from the
works.
Vestal.
The finisher Vestal. Okay, now uses panic darts on the correct target. Goes for the Vestal. He
Why
needs
didn't
to.
he do that before though?
Yeah, I sincerely don't know. He needs to get a finale off sooner rather than later, and he definitely wants to use it on the shield breaker before she's able to
Still
get her
has
Aegis
17
up.
damage return on. He can take out both of the healers. he'll be in a position.
Yeah, it's just that shield breaker that must be very scary. Ooh, pulls the Grave Robber forward. Maybe not the correct play. There is just chance for a Shadow Fade. Now that Vestal surely has enough blight on her. This is an
Not
interesting
enough
duo
to
between.
go down to 0 though.
Yeah, this is a very interesting duo between the Shieldbreaker and the Grave Robber. Both characters just doing
Let's
massive
see,
amounts
just
of blight.
another rally. Out of fate?
Well, Shadow Fade is not as good now because Travelall did a miss turn use. Because he put his Grave Robber into position 1, now the
Yeah.
Expose can actually hit his own Grave Robber, wasting that turn potentially.
Yeah, he's not taking advantage of the fact that Expose cannot hit position 4.
Hmm, exactly. He does go first though. Oh, please don't. Okay, Vessel, I think is dropping to death's door now. Yeah, it is enough.
Just enough. Find Grace, gonna put her back up.
Oh, he has a choice of picking that
I'm
Grave
not sure
Robber
how
now.
I feel about even the Crusader alive here, because the Vestal, he can just disrupt, right? He can pull her to the front.
Goes for a very subpar play, you know,
He
launching
could
that Vestal.
just have used
No, he pretty much used up 2 turns. The
yeah,
Shadow
all
Fade
he needed to
and
do was use Plague Darts, but she
Wait,
does have the Vestal at 0.
w- why did Watsapasa just decide not to heal?
Wanted to stun, but he dodgy.
I am so confused. If he just healed there, everything would be fine.
Very
Now there is
risky.
a double chance for Death Stall. That is
Doesn't have the
very
finisher.
confusing.
And now he's gonna be able to get them both off of Death's Door with Rally of the Flame. Problem.
Yeah, but he took a very, very weird gamble there.
Yeah, it doesn't have the ability to use Adder's Kiss because of the positioning plays as well. Losing out on Adder's Kiss, there are multiple times he could use Adder's Kiss, and if he had done so, that shield breaker might be at 0 right now, you know? That
Yeah.
miss is paying off though. Point blank shot, second. Oh, 25. Big hit.
Yeah, massive.
He's just spending. For a team with no skills, the fact that he has no kills by turn 7 is a big problem.
Yeah, definitely. He doesn't have a real finisher, I would say. Aside from the
From the-
Jester, but he didn't even bring the finisher on the
He
Jester.
could have probably gotten a finish using the Plague Darts if he had spread it out a little better.
Yeah, definitely. Even if it's through stress.
Yeah. Too much loss of efficiency from positioning here.
Oh, deciding not to heal that. Oh my god.
Yeah, that really late finale. He could
I
have
mean,
done that on the Crusader turns ago.
like 4 turns ago. That was a complete waste of a finale if I've ever seen one. if you want me to be totally honest right now, that
Oh,
finale was just
nice.
he the Dirk stab would have pretty much gotten the kill, like a 50-50. Why go for that finale? I don't understand. He's already been buffing up that finale damage to just one-shot that shield breaker, and now he gives up on that plan. Very sad to see that. Oh, what's the damage onto that Crusader? Insane amounts of light. Yeah, Crusader is still alive. He's been healing so much throughout this entire match. Just staying off this door. He has to keep focusing that Crusader, but he's just gonna heal up again.
If he had, what could have happened, right? Here's alternate universe. I think is Javelol just immediately doesn't try to be greedy at all. Immediately finales the stops those rallies to the flame, pulls the Jet Vestal into the front, denying her any chance to heal ever, and just makes it a test of the people without heals and being up a character.
Yeah.
One's much dodgier, one has better damage output. That's his win condition, right? He doesn't need to get greedy. All he needed to do was keep Vestal in front, get the Crusader dead. I think that's the play.
Yeah, this Crusader has taken so much punishment. It's a miracle his armor is even standing still. If the game was realistic, he must have had 0 protection by now. The armor would be completely shattered. And we would be looking at a very handsome young Crusader, maybe.
Alright, so we're finally gonna see the Crusader going down, I think.
Well, does he go for a puncture and let him live, maybe? Well, he gets a death blow regardless.
So it's gonna take like it's still possible here. No, not anymore. I was gonna say if he gets like just the craziest dodges ever, right? But that's not gonna happen, it doesn't seem. So he does have the ability to continuously expose.
Yeah,
He could get crits, he could get lucky dodges. Oh wait, she has only 15 dodge with that debuff though. Her dodge has been debuffed by the Vendetta.
My question is, why are you calling it debuff?
What?
Isn't it like debuff instead of debuff?
I said debuff. I was saying
no, you
debuff.
said debuff.
Okay, well, I meant to say debuff.
Okay. I don't know, I could be in the wrong. You are the native speaker after all.
I don't see a way out of this with only 30 dodge. She's
that Aegis gone already.
The Aegis is already gone. Doesn't have any more. She's gonna have to eat riposte as well.
Yeah, remember that shield breaker from last week that
yeah.
dodged everything.
The shield breaker who dodged everything. I do indeed remember that.
I don't believe this is her.
But she did not have only 30 dodge, did she? Had quite a lot more than that.
80.
He had how much? 80? Sounds about right.
65, 80. Yeah, she had a lot. And
And that
Javel
goes to
goes down with his shield breaker.
be the finish of the match. Unfortunately, that means Javelin is down. And
Lots of pass that takes it and moves
Pasta
forward.
takes it. All right, Willis's. We're still waiting for you to send me a friend request.
Can I just say I'm really sorry about that second team?
It was amusing.
I thought when I saw it in my saved it was different.
Okay, Willis is still not sent me. Willis has still not been able to friend request. He's saying he's having problems with his computer because he hasn't updated Steam. Taking so, unfortunately, yeah, you do have to take care of thing like that before the tournament starts. So, instead, I'll be facing DNB for my first match. DNB, are you ready?
It's me?
Yes, because Willis is as forfeited.
Yeah, okay. But the bracket says other things. If we're going with that one.
Right. Willis is forfeited, so we're replacing him. Match.
Yeah, and I would face Silex now, according to my bracket.
I think he's switching you with Willis.
Yeah, because
okay, yeah,
I'm
now I
switching
understand.
you
Okay.
with Willis.
Yeah.
Because we now have a 6-person bracket instead of a 7-person one. That make sense?
Yeah, it does. Already challenged you.
Great, perfect.
DNB ready to fight.
Okay, just hiding my for a second as I choose my team. Turning on out from the game. All right, we are all set.
So you're going to stream by Twitch, Ludic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so make sure you don't deafen so people can hear my commentating.
Gotcha.
So I will not be like saying things ahead of time. So you will not have a chance of just using my 140 IQ plays.
Good luck, Heffa.
All right. Good luck.
Oh, Ludic. Oh no, there is sound, Never mind.
The contest begins.
Okay, let's get right into it. So we have here from Ludic his special team, the Ludic special, a damage over time team that also has a lot of defensive capabilities against a team from the NB that I've not seen before. I think looks very defensive. I wonder what will happen. Okay, Ludic instantly buffing up his dodge. Definitely something he wants to have happen. Now we see only one character hit by those festering vapors. Ludic's team has a lot of dodge. He's also got the Tears of the Lost, so he's gonna be getting a lot of healing through. We see a Punish missing. This Flagellant having no accuracy buffs. In fact, even having a debuff accuracy because of that exotic snuff. The NB's team is gonna suffer a lot because of not having any extra accuracy. Had he had like maybe a Jester instead of a Man-at-Arms, he could have really made this very tricky for Ludic. This Man-at-Arms, does he have command? He does, but he's not going for it. That's weird. I feel like this Man-at-Arms should just buff commands and then all of his characters can hit easily, almost. Well, we see a crit. Adder's Kiss, that's gonna do 5 blight for 7 rounds. That is absolutely devastating. This Crusader is gonna be taking a lot of punishment. He has a very big HP pool, but over time it is gonna go down. We see Reclaim instantly to try and counter that. Okay, I like what I'm seeing. Now they keep dropping even more Tears of the Lost. He has a very defensive setup on his Antiquarian, so going for Tears of the Lost is very trinket efficient, I would say. Now Zealous, able to hit the Shield Breaker, very surprisingly, but 6 healing, yeah, that is just gonna be insane today. Alright, we do have the Riposte coming in, having that shield spike. So now, pretty much the only character that kinda has like less dodge is also really tough to handle because of that Riposte having the spiked shield. Oh, we see the Harvest having a Hemlock doing lots of bleed and blight pressure. That Man-at-Arms, even with of the last regen, taking 9 damage per round. It's just round 2. And the dots are stacking up. Alright, we see the enemy Antiquarian having pretty much the same setup. Resisting the move, surprisingly, with a 20% chance. So yeah, we're probably just gonna see lots of healing coming in from these backlines. Dallas Accusation now misses that Shield Breaker. Only 3 damage on the Riposte. That's really low, but I think it's because of the Bellow debuff. So, very surprising that Ludic goes for a guard here. I'm not sure if there is any kind of better play because he doesn't really have command. So yeah, I guess that does kind of prevent the punish from going into that Shield Breaker, but it was unlikely to hit regardless, so I'm not too sure. I like what Ludic is doing here, just playing it safe. He has defensive trinkets on his Antiquarian and he's using them for their, you know, their correct use defensively. He is doing relatively well on the trade so far, and he does have that Jester advantage, so he will be able to just finale after a few rounds. Well, we see Blight and Bleed on both the Crusader and the Man-at-Arms. Bleeding that Crusader getting kinda lucky, I would say. Another Bellow, another dodge. Lots of dodging happening. Oh, that is a very meaty Adder's Kiss. Yeah, there is no chance that the regen is gonna be able to fight double Adder's Kiss crits and like even the Harvest. Now finally we see a defender, but defender does not matter if the harvest comes in. No, actually, it adds bleed and blight resist to that Crusader, so yeah, we see it working on the Crusader. That does actually function, but it does not buff the bleed and blight resist on the Man at Arms. Unfortunately, I'd say. If that did, that would be insane. Doing 8 damage to her Antiquarian and pulling her forward. Interesting. That does deny her any chance of using the regen, forces her to take cover before she's able to do it. Now I see a punch going into that Man at Arms, pivoting some more damage over time on him.
Teetering on the brink,
Is it
facing
enough
the
though?
abyss.
This Antiquarian just stacking those regens for 4 rounds in a row. Tears of the Lost makes it so it's 3 regen for 4 rounds on each character, so that's a maximum of like 48 healing on your entire team, without counting crits and that kind of jazz. And not looking too good. So even with the punish, even with all the blights, he still is able to heal. Clicking the Man at Arms.
Weakened.
The NB's now backline is not looking that good, but the stress is adding up slowly on Ludic's side. That Man at Arms getting relatively close to an affliction, and so is the Jester.
Blood quickens.
And in the late game, this flagellant of TNB is pretty much unkillable, I would say. The only shame is that he does not have any kind of accuracy buffs, so he could really suffer with that Xang. Okay, what does the NB choose to do with his Antiquarian? This is a very important move. He uses take cover, so he's probably able to get back to just doing the regens, I would say. Ooh, able to Adderskiss the 3rd position because the Crusader is guarded by the Man at Arms. Very interesting play. Now this Flagellant dropping more punish. Oh, it misses. Yeah, bringing a snuff on the Flagellant is always very weird because he's a character that already needs every bit of accuracy you can get, and reducing it is further is like, ooh, not easy, I'd say. Oh, Crusader goes for a zealous accusation, takes a riposte, does not die. He is guarded, but there is a multitude of ways for Ludic to just bypass that guard completely. Oh, we do see that Jester going into position number 2. He wants the finale right now. I believe that's what he's planning on. The NB, watch out, your Flagellant is gonna die. He does not have enough HP to withstand the finale. It's round 6.
Finally claim their due.
Okay, we see a fearful Man at Arms adding some dodge, but also adding a chance to pass. Yeah, look at that, 15 to 28 damage. That Flagellant is just... Oh my god, no! No! Ludic getting absolutely rolled on the death blow chance. Oh my god. That is terrible. How did that even happen? On a 15 to 26, he rolls for 16, putting the Flagellant at 0 HP and allowing him to get a massive redeem heal. And now Ludic does not have his finale anymore. Suddenly, out of nowhere, this is not looking that good for Ludic. That Flagellant's still very much alive and kicking. Oh, jeez. This man at arms. Even more stress on him right now. This is not looking good. My goodness, how the turntables. There is still a lot of DOT stacked on the NB's team, but he does not care, he just wants to keep on bellowing. Oh, there is so much stress from those act outs. Jeez, I feel like that shield breaker took 30 stress and... Oh, that man at arms. Turn number 1 of being fearful. Pass. Ludic just getting rolled on these freaking on the freaking RNG today. Absolutely insane. This is why you never give up in the circus. Sometimes you can just get sometimes you just get lucky. Unbelievable what's happening. Okay, DNB has completely forgotten healing, now he just wants to go aggressive. Oh, very powerful act out. That's like 20 stress in total. And we see a masochistic jester dropping even more dodge. Now he has 0 dodge actually. That is not good on the jester. That is already taking plus stress. Now we see 13, 11, 25 on that jester. He's gonna be taking punishment now. Oh, Fearful Shield Breaker. That is adding her some dodge. That is adding 10 dodge to already a very high dodge Shield Breaker. Okay, we see Death Blow check number 1 on that man at arms. Not happening. A 25% chance. Definitely the correct play by Ludic, just to keep adding those Death Blow chances, trying to go for the kill. There is more than enough regen right now, and I don't believe the HP is the problem at this point. The stress is. See a punish. The bleed does go through, and it adds a bit more pressure on that flagellant. He might drop to death stall soon. Okay, we see that man at arms going down now, finally. Only by 10-7 does Ludic get a kill. Already down the finale. But the NB's characters are looking like they're in very bad shape. Oh, a crit riposte because that's Spike Shield. Romping the Antiquarian into that stall. If you didn't know, getting a crit on the... Oh jeez, Death Blow, the 25%. Looks like RNG is finally back on Ludic's side now. Oh, that is not too good. Okay, this is not gonna be easy for DNB. Oh, he just decides to go aggressive. Going for more stress. You know, the arms only takes 13 stress because having gotten a crit, he takes 33% less stress. Oh, now we see a death blow there. The other ski is easily able of getting a death blow, and this flagellant dropping straight down to death stall. Going for an exsanguinate, takes a death blow hit. Does 16 damage with the Exang on that man at arms. That is such a brutal amount. Man at arms moves back. It doesn't do that much, honestly. Does Ludic still have a chance to lose? Does the NB still have a chance to win? I am not too sure. You know, even though that finale just didn't pay off at all, I feel like there was just already too much damage over time on the NB side. Ludic being very calm and methodic with the way that he placed his TNTs. Wait, what TNTs? No, DOTs. What the hell? I'm thinking of Minecrafted here. What am I on about? Yeah, this flagellant, even though he still has one more Exang, he is gonna go down eventually. He's gonna drop straight back onto that stall once he clicks. Oh, man at arms is passing. I feel like the team from the just did not have enough aggression, I would say. As I said in the very beginning, had he taken a Jester instead of that man at arms, even though the man at arms did okay, a Jester would have been able to do so much more. Buffing up that Flagellant, buffing up the accuracy on the Crusader, buffing everything up. Also potentially dodging a lot of DOTs from Ludic, and having his own finale would have been very, very good for DNB. But unfortunately that is not what happened today, and we are probably going to see this Flagellant dropping right now. Ooh, just as I called it, 25%, and it goes through.
A cacophony of
GG for
bloodthirsty
both players. Ludic takes match number 1.
learned.
Now both players will take their time to just think what they want to bring for match number 2. Ludic always has the chance of just bringing the exact same team. You never know what he's gonna do.
Familiarity breeds contempt and does not forgive failure. The advantage is yours. Unsheathe your blades.
Alright, and the match has begun. Ludic takes my stress team that I stole from Poison. Goes first, and DNB bringing here. Oh, this is very weird. Very weird team from DNB. Surprising that, you know, he is on the verge of just dropping out of the tournament and he probably experimenting with something new. Well, let's see how it goes. So Ludic starts, goes first, and instantly goes for probably the best move, which is just dropping that bolster kind of early. Ludic does have a bit of a different trinket setup on his characters though. He does not have the Retiaris net on the A-bomb, meaning that he is much less likely of just getting that move. Goes for a Beast Spile, not getting a lot of value out of it, not having the Riposte trinket. You know, Beast Spile is kind of an underwhelming ability if you do not have the trinket for it. Okay, does an insane amount of damage with that Holy Lance. Yeah, also the Flagellant from DNB's side, once again not having any kind of accuracy buffs, missing that Grave Robber, and just overall not doing very much with that Rain of Sorrows. Oh, now we are gonna see a Defender. Oh, I have heard that Ludic took his headphones off so he cannot hear to my commentating, so now I guess I could provide suggestions, I would say. So yeah, that Man at Arms guarding the Diabolist, very interesting play. I would say probably doesn't want to get his Arbalist focused by the Panic Darts, but they do instead just go into that A-bomb. Yeah, I have still not been able to take a look at what that Arbalist has. Oh, this A-bomb not in a very good position. Stress adding up. The DOT is gonna put him down to that stall. Oh, now I see Rain of Sorrows going into that Riposte. Now Riposte does 3 damage, full stress and a bit of bite on that Flatland. Yeah, laughable to say the least. Flatland does not care. Okay, now the Bellow is gonna start stacking it. Okay, that Arbalest does have the Piercing Quarrel and the Medic's Breastplate. So she is a bit more resilient against stress, but she does still have the Armor Piercing. So a very good pick from DNB to just take down the team from Ludic. Oh, that A-bomb drops to Affliction because of just doing stress to himself because of, you know, being in beast form. Now going for an Absolution. Yeah, I do believe that was the correct play. There is a chance for a slam now, and it is probably going to do enough damage. Let's see, what are the chances? 9 to 16. Yeah, it does 15. There is no move, since it was a 50-50, but still not looking too good for DNB. He can still heal his A-bomb, but he cannot heal away the stress. He cannot remove the horror that came from that ability. Alright, now you're gonna see the panic darts go into that Man-at-Arms. I definitely like this play. Man-at-Arms from DNB's side has a lot of protection, he has a lot of HP, but that's not gonna matter very much against panic darts. Now deciding to go for a Retribution because Ludic wants to focus him down. A Retribution without the shield spike is probably not going to be able to do very much, especially considering that he is Bellow debuffed, so that Retribution is almost non-existent, I would say, really. Okay, we see that Rage doing a bit of stress to that A-bomb and dropping him to death's door. There is no guard available. Yeah, that Man-at-Arms being Bellow debuffed, and also there being a Bork of Light on the side of Ludic. Yeah, I really don't feel like he's able to do very much. Oh, Ludic did not use the Bork of Light though. Surprisingly. Well, not yet at least, he still has the chance of doing that.
Act now.
There is a chance of just going for a death blow now, that's A-bomb. What will Ludic do? He is still dazed, so he cannot heal himself. Unless he is the last character, but the Arbalest could just heal him manually. Okay, we see a hopeless Man-at-Arms, a chance of passing and doing a bunch of weird stuff. Not the worst affliction you can get on a Man-at-Arms, honestly. You know, see that Reign of Sorrows miss for the 3rd time on the Grave Robber and not getting a bleed on that Crusader. Maybe just going for a punish would have been better, I would say. Oh, 35% chance of killing that A-bomb. Having that Rid of Execution, increasing the chances by a bit. Now Ludic has a decision to make. Does he still go for the panic darts on the A-bomb? We don't know. Oh, Canusir. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'll just say Ken. Subscribing with Prime to Ludic. I will thank you for Ludic. So yeah, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. It is definitely appreciated, I would believe. Here you see this A-bomb transforming, not being at death's door, having the chance of just going aggressive. Going for a Rage on Ludic's A-bomb, only doing 10 damage. That Bellow debuff is doing work. Oh, this Cell's Accusation is gonna do a lot. Oh yeah, that's a lot of stress. 37. That is insane. Okay, he heals himself up to death's door by picking the Flagellant. Very masterful play by D&D. He does get afflicted though.
Resolve is broken. You
Oh no, we see that Exsanguinate missing, and DNB just surrenders away the match. Oh
company
no.
of bloodthirsty tonight.
Yeah, a bit
Praise well earned.
compositional problem, I would say, not having any kind of accuracy. GG.
GG's.
Yeah, what do you want to say, DNB, on the matches?
Yeah, I just tried to run some new stuff, some fun stuff, but Ludic had me both times, so yeah.
Hey, good games, D&B. I
Good
finally just played my classic
Yeah,
and I
It
was
worked.
happy
dodge,
with its
man,
performance.
dodge.
So GG's, thank you so much, Ken, for these. You guys make it happen. Next up on the chart. Yep.
Oh, I wouldn't know. You have to check yourself. Mongrel is asking, where's the Visage Bounty Hunter? Ludic, you're
Oh,
letting
the
us down.
Visage Bounty Hunter. You want me to play that one? Okay. That come on, that's a meme comp. I don't know if I can actually play that in a tournament. Maybe I'll try it someday, but not against DNB.
Well, we
Not,
saw
not,
lots of pasta bringing a
He's really good.
backline flagellant and winning the best of 3. Alright, who is next?
I just went. I'm trying to figure out how to remove illicit without messing up bracket.
We are back. The technical difficulties.
I,
Is it Silac versus Pasta now?
lots of pasta was against Jack. I was against D.
Okay,
think
Silac and Pasta, please add each other.
Alright. I think the issue, if you're trying to remove Willis, is the fact that since it's then 6, it's gonna try and put Shepard and Silac
that's what
as
happened.
semifinals.
Oh, do you want to bring me back? I would appreciate it. I will not lose again.
So what do we? That makes it that it's.
Well, if Willis is here now, he could just play as the semifinals, because that's what it looks like.
We do have 4 players though, don't we?
Yeah, we.
I'm here, guys. Sorry, my computer crashed and my game broke.
Okay, so I'm going. I said it. I just changed Will else's. And because it won't let me actually remove.
If it's stupid but it works, it ain't stupid.
I just replaced his name. There, I like. I guess it's fun. Lots of pasta. My finals.
Here's my code.
Perfect.
Dumb team should I brew? Which totally great team. That's
Invited you?
Should I?
Oh, is the stream ready, Ludic?
Yeah, we're.
Hold on.
It's meat versus pasta. Then whoever wins that versus Lilac.
Okay.
I do not even see you on. Oh, there it is. I didn't see the invite come in. Oh, okay.
Okay, Ludic, feel free to ready up against pasta whenever you want to. And it works.
My screen, right?
Yeah.
Off mic, so I cannot hear.
I don't think you need to take it off. I'm not really spoiling anything, I believe.
Yeah, well, there's fair.
Yeah, okay. That is fair. So we are just waiting on both players to choose the teams that they want to use. I have seen lots of Pasta use his team, a very balanced team with double stun and then the Highman and the Shieldbreaker lots of time today. But I do believe Dick has good answers against that, so we only have to wait a bit.
You have chosen this foe. Do not disappoint.
Alright, we are going into match number 1 between Ludic and Pasta. Both players on the darkest rank. Okay, let's go straight into it. Alright, so Ludic bringing... Wait, no way. It is the infamous Visage Bounty Hunter. Oh jeez. Against a team from Pasta. A very interesting team that we have not seen before. Okay. Well, decides to pull the Grave Robber. Very unlikely to be the best play, I would say. Oh no. What are you doing? He goes for the Bulwark of Light instead of using Shadow Fade. Now he's just gonna take a massive hit on face. Yeah, Man of his word indeed, but
A hand's breadth from becoming
if he gets
unwound.
critted right now, this is disastrous. Yeah, look, he could have completely prevented that. Oh my goodness. He's gonna use Shadow Fade now. Well, it's a bit late, isn't it? Uses Shadow Fade while already at death's door. has only one way of healing that Grave Robber, and it's with his own Crusader. Lots of pasta going for the bolster. Very good play. Definitely. So Ludic's team is, it has a bounty hunter on stress, but that does not mean that it's bad. It's still a very decent team, having all that bleed pressure from the caltrops, and bounty hunter can still do lots of things by himself. Oh, now we see a dazzling light. Yeah, going to stun away that A-bomb's turn.
How quickly the tide turns.
Oh, now you're gonna see caltrops. Oh, hitting that Grave Lobber on Death's Door, not getting the death blow. 50-50, I believe. Very fortunate for Ludic. Now heals for 6. And takes away the debuff from caltrops as well. And he's able just to use Toxin Trickery to completely remove that if he wants to. Okay, now we are gonna see the stress from lots of Pasta's team add up. He has a very interesting team. I feel like it has 2 defensive characters and 2 offensive characters. Oh, but look at this, his Bounty Hunter has the Red Yaris net instead of the grappling mitts. Does he not have the trinket? That is very weird. The grappling mitts is straight up a better version of the Red Yaris net. There is no reason to bring the net instead of the grappling mitts. So very interesting trinket choice, but he does have the stabilizing tiller, so I would be very surprised if it does not have the grappling mitts. Okay, now we see this A-bomb transforming, going for a slam on the bounty hunter. Very good play, putting him into position 4 and the Arbalest into position 2, where she is forced to use Bola. Still doing a relatively big amount of damage. Okay, and we are gonna see Ludic use that Toxin Trickery, also buffing up his dodge a bit. And he does not have the Monkey's Paw on his Grave Robber. Very weird choice. I would say that having a good dodge character on your team is always worth it, because then the enemy is forced to use accuracy buffs. So, just having that monkey spawn the Grave Robber would have been very nice, I believe, but moving on with the game, I guess he just wants to get maximum stress output, having that Carnival Mask. Okay, what does Pasta do now? He uses Kamheda, does 2 damage on that Grave Robber. He does that again and she'll drop the Death's Door. Now, we are probably just gonna see a Shadow Fade into a Panic Darts that will do a lot of stress. So Ludic's team, while it's not exactly doing a lot of stress yet, it is actually doing a relatively high amount of time through those caltrops. They've already done like 6 bleed on each character, not counting the damage of actually applying the caltrops. So that is already a very reasonable amount of value, like almost 30 damage. Oh, this bounty hunter not having a lot of accuracy, but he does hit, shaves a bit of HP off of that Vestal. Maybe not the best move. Maybe a come hither on the Arbalest would have been better, I would say, but... No, I feel like a bounty hunter on the stress team is mostly there just to drop caltrops and then try to disrupt with the come hither and the uppercut, really. And then also have the finish threat. Oh, we see that very lucky death blow, getting the 25%. That is not good for Ludic, if you only got 1 transformation off. Yeah, we do not like seeing that at all. Now come hither into that
And now
bounty
the true
hunter.
test.
I'm not
Hold
too
fast
sure why
or
Watsapasa did
expire.
that. He doesn't have any real way of shooting into position 1. Okay, now you see that bounty hunter doing enough damage with the finisher to drop that vessel to their storm. But you just have to believe there's gonna be a heal coming through. Oh, maybe a guard. That is also a potential play. But the Zealous Accusation will completely bypass that. Oh, now that Man-at-Arms just
Injury.
taking like
Find it in
50
no
stress
shape
from that
supply.
panic dot. Insanity. And goes masochistic. Maybe the stress would have been better on that Arbalist, you know, also with the panic dots, but we'll never know. A dodge with that grave robber, very nice to see. Oh, what is Ludic doing? Did he forget about the golf? He could have just gone for an instant death blow with that Zealous Accusation.
Terrible vistas
You know,
of
hopefully getting
emptiness
a kill
reveal
on the
themselves.
on that vessel. Yeah, just as I said, the second come hither did just enough damage to drop that grave robber to that stall. And now you're gonna see the final shadow fade. So this grave robber not looking like she's in a very good position, really. And there is gonna be a stun on that Crusader. The best move, I would say. Prevents both the Zealous Accusation and the heal. So very good move from Watsapasa there. Now the bellow hitting 2 characters, not the last one. This Crusader from Ludic is not going to be easy to kill, honestly, but it's also quite unfortunate that he got the Caltrops bleed on himself. Considering that his Crusader does have a small chance of resisting that Caltrops. Had that happened, he would be pretty much at full HP by now. And he would not tick down anything, really. Oh, very powerful Holy Lance. Dropping that Bounty Hunter.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
Okay, we are gonna see a Divine Comfort. Oh, there's a very beefy Panic Dots coming through. 79% to hit. But they hit and do all of the stress. And that is a selfish Bounty Hunter. Adds a bit more dodge, but now he is not looking that good.
Is a tenuous proposition in this sprawling tomb.
Oh no, the sniper shot. A 25% death blow again from Watsapasta.
Act now.
Oh jeez. That is so unfortunate, really. Ludic getting rolled on the RNG once more.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Watsapasa deciding to shift to guard. Probably doesn't want to let his bounty hunter die from a finish him. Users come hither on the enemy bounty hunter, making it so the Crusader cannot use Zealous Accusation. He has to go for a Holy Lance instead. Which is yet another crit, and it is a good ability, but the Zealous Accusation would be much, much better. Ooh, we see a pass from the Vestal. Is that gonna mean a death blow? Oh my god, a double 75. No! Ludic, why are you so unlucky? Oh my god, that Vestal. Passing, but resists the death blow. You know, resists by dodging. That is so unfortunate. We see no finisher, no accuracy buffs on this bounty hunter. Taking instead a pit fighter's helm. I'm not too sure about that, but this is a stress bounty hunter. I feel like if you're playing a stress bounty hunter, you just have to take the bullet that you're there to use caltrops and then just exist, really. You can't go along with the meme of trying to do stress through his abilities. There is another chance of getting the death blow. Another 75. Does he get it now? Ooh, he does. He gets the death blow. No extra stress from death. That is unfortunate, but yeah. If a Zealous Accusation goes down right now, it could cause so much havoc. Another pass from Lots of Pasta. Oh, this Zealous. Oh, this could be massive. Gets the death blow on that bounty hunter. A 25 or a 35. The RNG is crazy this match. And that man at arms. Oh, act out Bellow. Well, that's not a bad act out, I would say. Bellowing with man at arms is always good.
Dust, more ashes.
Sniper shot, 12 damage. I Crusader is slowly going down to death's door.
Injury and
This bounty hunter might just kill the man at arms here, even if he doesn't get the death blow. Oh, that's almost enough stress. Yeah, there is a small delay on my voice because I am in fact commentating at the same time as you guys are watching. So yeah, there isn't much I could do. Because Ludic can't really stream twice. So yeah, I have to watch at the same time as you guys. Okay, Crusader moves forward and goes for the death blow and gets it.
victory is at hand.
Now it's a 1v2. This is such a close match. Diablos from Lots of Pasta. I don't even know what her trinkets are. Okay, drops that bounty onto the death's door. Having that bounty hunter with a finish him is going to be so powerful. He is also able to pull her. But we are probably just going to see the Crusader just spamming the heals, making it impossible for Diablos to get a heal. Unless there is an act out or something crazy going on. So what does Diablos do? Keeps going for sniper shot. Maybe just healing away that caltrops? I don't know. I don't know. It's not easy for either player really. Okay, moves back a bit. No, why do you want to move forward? I don't understand why he would want to move forward, really. Does he not want to get shot? Oh, right, he does not go first next round. Just pull Diablos. Oh, 0 damage. Oh, he gets the pull. So moving back was in fact a blessing. Oh no, the corpse goes away regardless. Oh jeez. Ludic thought he was just out of danger. Okay. What are we gonna see Ludic do? It's just these corpses on the side of what's about there is what is keeping him alive right now. Okay, he is gonna be able of doing the finish him. Maybe doing some stress as well. Oh, 21 damage! Holy crap. Do not underestimate the stress bounty hunter. 21 damage. Are you for real? Now the bully is gonna drop both characters to death's door, but that's not really gonna matter. There is just gonna be another heal coming in from this Crusader. Oh, an no way! The Crusader! He kills himself. Oh my god, this is so close. Now there's gonna be a bowler from Diablos. Oh jeez, he has a chance of getting the death blow right now. It's a 30. He doesn't get it. It's Ludic's turn to go for that finish him. He is afflicted. There's no act out. 70% chance to hit. Oh, he hits and gets the death blow. Alright, he does not unlucky with those chances now. Insane match and an insane ending, and we see the infamous Visage pulling through Ludic. Unbelievable. Yeah, Distress Bounty Hunter, watch out. He's coming for you. He is powerful. He's no joke. Ludic is losing his mind right now. Mongrel suggesting Melee Plague Doctor. Alright, and it is 1-0 for Ludic. So Pasta still has a chance of completely bringing it back and doing a reverse sweep. Pasta just going, what was that game on the Discord channel? That was an insane match. That was insane. Probably the craziest match of the day. That was brutal.
Familiarity breeds contempt and does not forgive failure.
Okay, players going straight into match number 2. Oh, Mongrel saying that he was joking, but Ludic... Oh, were you? Are you gonna see Plague Doctor? Oh, unfortunately not. Okay, Ludic brings his good old team, the Ludic's, you know, dodge team with a riposte, with plenty of damage over time. Very powerful, I'd say, against the team from Lots of Pasta that we have seen today working very well against Travelall. Is it gonna work against this team? Oh, goes for a Vendetta, the Aquarian. I'm just gonna have to go out there and say that that was probably not the best target. You know, there are 3 pseudo dodge characters. You know, the Antiquarian does also have a dodge trinket, but maybe that was not the best choice. Oh, we see Ludic highlighting a lot of stuff. He wanted to use Protect Me, but that Shield Breaker always has a puncture. So yeah, the Shield Breaker is going to be a menace today. Going straight for that puncture on Ludic's Antiquarian. So while he can use Take Cover, he is gonna skip a round of healing. Oh, is gonna go for his own puncture. Oh, he is. Doing some disruption to this Vestal, but not that much really. Maybe that was not the play, I would say. Yeah, it's not gonna matter very much, really, in the long run. Maybe another Skiss on a Crusader would have been a lot better, I would say. But he does decide to go for it. He could just do it again and make that Vestal kind of useless for a while. Goes for another Skiss on the Crusader instead, doing 9 damage. 9 damage on a 15% prot character, that is a lot, and also gets the Blight through. So our Crusader is gonna be taking a lot of punishment through the next few rounds. It is kind of the strategy of Ludic to just very methodically keep adding up these damage over time pressure abilities. Yeah, we're gonna see the Man at Arms today. He is not gonna do very much really, because his defend is kind of pointless while that Shield Breaker lives. So you just have to believe that Ludic probably wants her dead sooner rather than later. And he does have the tools for it, he does have a Chester. Oh, that Antiquarian dropping almost to that stall. You really don't like losing that Antiquarian early, like with any kind of team, but especially with Ludic's team, because that's its only source of healing, really. It's the Antiquarian. Oh, gonna go for a pointless stunning blow. That is not gonna do anything. It is gonna drop the Antiquarian to the stall, already stunned. The only thing that did was add like the death doll debuffs, I suppose. Oh, there is a crit coming through, getting the stun once more and dropping the Antiquarian to death stall. Yeah, that's not looking too good. But she does click once more, getting out of death stall. Yeah, we see that regen just so efficient. Now another puncture, making sure there is no guard shenanigans coming in. No guarding today. Oh, we see a Pierce doing 14 damage on that Crusader. That is a mighty Pierce if I've ever seen one. That Crusader is not looking too healthy. Oh, Divine Grace healing him for 18. There is still plenty of damage over time on him though. Are we just gonna see a Dirk Stab? Yeah, Dirk Stab for 9. The highest roll, and gets the Blight as well. So that is still a lot of pressure. Now the... Oh no! Disaster! That is terrible. Ludic suffers the 25% death blow. You know, his play there was probably just to move the Antiquarian back so there was no chance for a Wicked Slice, giving himself a better chance of resisting those death blows, but jeez, that is terrible. Just take the 25. Unbelievable. Yeah, Ludic just not getting too lucky today, I would say. He does still have the finale, but does he go for the finale on the Crusader? It might not be enough. You know, we were talking about it earlier today, just finale the Crusader early and you would have won the match. Against Lords of Pasta as well, but if he goes for it, 12 to 21, he almost gets rolled on it. He rolls for 14, the minimum he could have rolled for to actually kill a Crusader. And it is now a 3v3. Lord Pasta has a healer that is also a stunner. Also has a shield breaker, just like Ludic. But he also has a riposte, you know. But considering that the position that we're in and that the Jester has already used his finale, lots of Pasta's Vestal might be a bit better here than Ludic's. Let's say. Okay, there is gonna be God going through. Yeah, there is always the threat of that puncture. Yeah, we are gonna see it happen. 7 damage. Protection did work while the guard lasted, only doing 7 damage. Okay, now let's advance. Look at this. Lots of Pasta is getting so lucky. Gets the stun on the 60 dot shield breaker. Gets the puncture hit, also not a confirmed chance. Gets the duelist advance. He is not missing anything. He does not have any ballad buffs. He does not have any command buffs. And still, he is hitting everything. Well, just as I say that, Ludic goes for quite a risky Adder Skiss, but one that was needed, I would say. That is gonna drop that shield breaker to that stall eventually. Now look at this, that Pierce just... The dodge, the shield breaker does not matter today? I suppose. No clutch breaker for anyone. We are probably just gonna see a stun here. Does it work? I do believe that Pasta has stun trinkets. Yeah, the stun does not work. Okay, Ludic just goes for a bit more pressure on that shield breaker. Does not want to hit into the riposte of the Highman. The DOT will do just 1 off from killing. That is not very good. Now we are probably going to see an Aegis start off with an Aegis or a Rampart, because he needs to protect that shield breaker, and she, while she is guarded, she can be guard broken. Okay, we are gonna see an Aegis buffing up her dodge to 75. You just have to believe that even if What's-a-Pass is very, very lucky, he is not gonna be enough. Oh, mighty heal there. 20. That shield breaker is back to like 24 HP. That is insane. There is still a lot of the damage over time on her, but jeez, that was one big hit. Okay, now you see the puncture, removing the guard and removing Aegis, hitting again. 75 dodge, not doing anything. And now Ludic misses. He did not want to miss that. You can see his mouse flickering. Willis goes through, hits. That Jester does not have a lot of dodge anymore. You're probably just gonna see another Skiss or a Pierce. Ooh, goes for the other Skiss and gets the hit. Quite lucky, I would say, but the RNG is ham today. Okay, point blank shot, dropping that Jester to death's door. And we see here, while What's-a-Pass still has that Vestal on the back line, which I do believe has one healing trinket and one stun trinket. She is just able to heal however much she wants. Ludic, his Jester is trying to make himself useful now that he's used the finale, but it's not looking good. We're gonna see another Divine Grace healing for 16. I believe that is a low roll on the Divine Grace having the healing trinket, so you can see just how powerful the healing can be sometimes. Does he go for a harvest, or does he go for a Dirk Stab? He goes for a harvest. Doesn't get to bleed. And because he doesn't get to bleed, that shield breaker will not drop to death's door. He is still gonna Serpent Sway. Alright, Ludic's own shield breaker, having only one Aegis left. Ooh, going to puncture that Vestal. Alright, there is no more healing, there is no more stunning on the side of that Vestal. He forces Pastor to use some kind of ability that moves the shield breaker. Well, no. Yeah, the shield breaker forward and Vestal backwards. Oh, finally misses. Finally we see a miss, and a very important one at that, because that is the last Aegis that is on the shield breaker. So very fortunate that there was a miss there. Oh, Ludic goes for the chance he hits. He gets the hit, but there is still that Aegis. Maybe a finisher would be better on this aspect, considering already that Ludic's team does not have any real kind of finisher. So having it on the Jester would probably be awesome. And now we are just gonna see another big heal, 15. That is the lowest possible roll from the Divine Grace. If he gets a crit, which is 12% chance, the shield breaker is just back to full HP. No doubt. And this chest is still at that store, hanging on. Now going for a harvest. Ooh, hits both characters. Gets the bleed. Not on the Vestal though. No bleed on the Vestal. Yeah, again, this is gonna be a very close match. But just having that heal advantage. 19. Brutal. This shield breaker is just unkillable. Ludic doesn't have any. He doesn't have any kind of healing because the anti-Baron is just gone. Okay, he decides to guard his shield breaker further. I do think she has all of her healing. And Tom's still at full HP, but he's not being focused, so he's just gonna be left for last, and then it might just not matter really. Oh, we see the other case finally missing. Very low accuracy ability, also with the Shieldbreaker being a test stall. Ooh! Puncture misses. Okay. Wait! The puncture missed, but the guard was removed. Hang on a second. What is this bullshit? The guard was removed. Look at that Shieldbreaker, she doesn't have a guard anymore. Are you for real? I did not know that. Oh my goodness, I'm learning so much today. Shieldbreaker is such a weird character. Oh, we see the Wicked Slice. Getting the death blow. Probably a 50-50. Ah. Okay, pulls this Vestal forward. Yeah, that is unbelievable how a puncture can miss but still remove the guard. It didn't add the shield break, but it removed the guard. That makes 0 sense. So you dodge an ability, but you're still affected by it. That is beyond broken, if you ask me. Okay, we're gonna see Lewis advance, hitting that 75 dodge. Oh, you just have to believe that Ludic doesn't really have so many chances left. If that Vestal was dead, it would... Oh jeez, just that healing. Being unable to kill the Shieldbreaker. He's been trying to kill the Shieldbreaker for like, you know, ever since he got his finale, like 5 rounds ago. Okay, we are gonna see a Retribution now. This Man at Arms is gonna be very tough to kill, no doubt, but... yeah. A crit heal for 36. Oh my god. Alright, we are just gonna see a Serpent Sway, so yeah, the Shieldbreaker just completely safe. Serpent Sway up, healed to almost full HP. Oh, the team from what's past is just so annoying, really. Having that the puncture, having the heals, having the stuns, having the riposte, having the vendetta to remove that dodge. It's just, it's an annoying team, and it's working. Goes for a puncture. It removes the Aegis. Alright, knocks the Shieldbreaker back to position 2. Makes it so the Vestal has to do a weird action. Ludic's Shieldbreaker still has 75 dodge. Finally, a dodge. We are just gonna see another puncture. Oh, the move resist. Jeez. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ludic. This match is probably not yours to win. Divine Grace, 18. There goes the pressure again. Just gone. You know, he wanted to use that puncture because the Shieldbreaker couldn't act because she's dazed. Ludic is doing everything correctly, but he's just not going to win this match, I would say. I don't know if the Man at Arms has like any 1v3 capability. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. He has that riposte, he has the buff from being the last character. Maybe he has a chance of just being, you know, crazy with those ripostes, and I don't know, maybe the bleeds, something crazy could happen. If it wasn't for the healing on the side faster. Yeah, playing it safe, going for that Divine Comfort. Now he's gonna have to hit into that post. He wants to progress the match. Does 20 damage, but takes 20 in return. And the bleed as well, which is gonna do, I think, 5 damage over a few rounds. Takes another 20 crit. Holy shit, this man at arms. Pasta did a very good choice not focusing him down. He is mad. He's seen his whole team die and now he's going to win on his own hands. Doing 40 damage in just 2 small riposts. Yeah, it's just this shield spike and also the damage from being the last character, it's brutal. Oh, now. Yeah, and he drops the Death Star. The Highwayman from Pasta does have a lot of damage. Oh, nice, and it goes. Doing the first death blow hit. And Ram staying alive. Oh, does he go for the rampart? If he does the rampart, he's puts himself in position to get point blanked. Okay, he goes for Highman though. There's that option. You have to believe that the turn order now, where it's just probably going to be exposed into a point blank, I would say. Yeah, Shield Breaker is devastating against your post-guard MAA. This MAA was unable to guard anyone. He was really unable to do anything, just because Shield Breaker exists. Oh, we see our boss dropping hit at the pistol. Even then, it's still not going to do very much. And now this, oh my god, another crit. How many crits do you want to get at arms? This Garen at arms, he is insane, but oh, he has a chance of getting a death blow. Oh, it doesn't go through.
Another life wasted.
He just got like 4 or 5 crits in a row, and now he finally goes down. Yeah, this MAA, it's just, there was really no way for the MAA to just do what he needed to do. He couldn't guard anyone. The shield breaker was always there. As I said right from the beginning of the match, Ludic has to kill that shield breaker or his team is just not going to function as it should. He couldn't get the heals off with his antiquarian. He couldn't use his man-at-arms to repulse, to use the guard. It was just very unfortunate for him, really. And now we are 1-1 and are gonna go into match number 3 once the players are ready. This is the semi-finals, and next match will be the finals between Silac and whoever wins, whatever, against whoever wins this best of 3. Alright, I believe Ludic is ready. He has made his pick. Now we are just waiting on Pasta. Oh, we are going into the final match of the semi-finals. It is 1-1. Both matches very close, especially the first one. Pasta bringing his team, his comfort pick, and Ludic bringing the phase-in stress. And honestly, I just want to say that Ludic did a very good choice, because Pasta is gonna have a very, very hard time dismantling this team. Like, that A-bomb is that there is no real source of just pure damage on Pasta's team. It's just really, really annoying to deal with, and that's something that doesn't do well against stress. If you're not able to kill those characters one way or the other, it's not going to be easy. So now Ludic has a lot of options as to what he's going to do. Okay, he goes for the command first, making sure that he does not miss any abilities. That is a good play, I would say. I feel like he can't really guard. Bolster is probably not worth it. So yeah, that was a good play. Okay, we see a puncture. Missing. Okay. The dodge from being second is working out. Now I do hope we see a slam into that Crusader. You know, slam into the shield breaker is also an option, but I would prefer to see a slam into the Crusader because then he would be unable to get those stuns. And that is very good, obviously. You do not want to let the enemy Crusader just keep on stunning your characters. If you... Oh my god. We see the Grave Robber not resisting, dodging the Vendetta. That is so unbelievably lucky. He dodges the Vendetta. That means that while Pasta still gets the buff from the Vendetta, he does not get the dodge debuff on the Grave Robber, which is the only character on Ludic's team that really has any kind of meaningful dodge. Yeah, just as Ludic is saying right now, he built up the karma from the RNG of the previous matches. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do hope that Ludic isn't listening, but he really needs to... Oh crap. Yeah, he really needs to pull back with his Grave Robber as quickly as possible, because if he doesn't, he's gonna get stun locked forever. This Grave Robber having only 5% dodge, there is a real chance of her just, you know, being able to really doing anything once she's in that position 2 and position 3, because she's just gonna get stunned forever, considering that there is a Vessel. As Mike Field said himself, you can just keep that Grave Robber under your thumb to have a Vessel stunner. Okay, we are seeing that A-Bomb going for a Manacle stun on the Highwayman. Very lucky, it was a 50-50 going for that stun, but it pays off. Okay, now this A-Bomb being stunned doesn't matter too much, really. Okay, now we are gonna see the Bellows come again. There is a command buff, so there is practically no chance of dodge happening. It just really sucks that Ludic did not see that he had to use Shadow Fade as quickly as possible. And he does not go first, so he's just gonna get stunned again. That is the play. Oh no, Pasta, he doesn't keep the Grave Robber under his thumb. He doesn't keep her under his thumb. He could have just gone for another stun. Grave Robber, very low dodge resist. Very low stun resist. Now she has a chance of just, yeah, moving backwards, and now she is safe for a while. Okay, so Pasta there may be doing a catastrophical mistake, because the Grave Robber really is the centerpiece of the team that Ludic is using. If she's just able to keep using that Panic Darts on her own, she can pretty much take out an entire team in 7 rounds, I would say. She can do so much pressure between all her stress and all her DOT. It's brutal. Okay, we do see a Zealous Accusation hitting, command buff really paying off. So props to Ludic for, you know, understanding that he needed to buff that accuracy. We are gonna see an Inspiring Cry, removing 33 stress, but a Panic Darts will just bring that back up and add stress and add damage over time on top. Now we see a Bellow. Yeah, that stress is adding up, that debuff is adding up. There is no kind of flare from past the side, so the only way of removing those debuffs is with the heal from the Crusader. And now we see that, you know, Pasta has a lot of healing, definitely, using that Divine Grace, but Stress does not care for that healing. A Panic Darts will just bring her down the HP again and get her stressed out. The question is, does Ludic want to focus that Shield Breaker? I do believe he might not have the command buff anymore. So he might just have to do it again if he wants to keep focusing that shield breaker, because that's really the only reason he's been hitting her. Alright, he does go for it again. If the Crusader is able just to use the stress heal on the shield breaker again, we might very well see a virtuous shield breaker. Alright, we are gonna see it transform. I do hope not to see a slam right now, because that could be very, very bad. Ooh, we see a powerful rage. It hits. The command buff paying off again and again and again. It is gonna force a heal out of Pasta, and the heal means not a stun, and that is beautiful, of course. So right now, Ludic has the chance of just using panic darts, using anything he wants to use, really. Ooh, 44 stress on that Vestal. Almost enough. Almost enough. There is going to be an Inspiring Cry, which is going to remove a lot of Horror. So Horror stacks are just gone, and it is going to remove some stress as well. But it is not going to remove the Blight. Okay, we are probably going to see a Zealous now. No, 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 don't heal, don't heal. There is no reason to heal. Please don't. Okay, we see a Zealous, and oh, it pays off. Yeah, there is no reason to heal with the Crusader if you can just use Zealous Foundation, really. His heal is not significant enough. Oh, we see a masochistic shield breaker. Ludic, finally the RNG is doing his bidding. If you didn't know, masochistic, of course it has a chance of hitting herself, and also, quite importantly to this match, it also has minus 15 dodge. Now we do see a crit Divine Grace healing for 30. That is brutal. But it might just not matter because a heart attack could be coming. We are either gonna see a Manacles or a Beast's Pile. What's it gonna be? Ooh, we see a Manacles onto that Crusader. The crit makes it so it is mathematically impossible to resist the stun. Ooh, first act out, hits himself for 3. Doesn't really do anything, but yeah. It happened, I suppose. Okay, Grave Robber goes back to position 2. This is a perfect opportunity just to Shadow Fade. And Shadow Fade moves you back, correct, but it's not just a move back ability, it also adds a bunch of buffs if you remained stealth. Alright, we do see a selfish Highwayman moving forwards, giving him a chance to use point blank shot. Okay, that is mighty. It's only 7 damage, it's not very much really, but it is gonna add up onto that Crusader. He has taken a surprising amount of damage, considering the protection that he has. Alright, he might still go for the Zealous. I'm not too sure anymore. Maybe healing. I'm not too sure because he does not want to drop to death's door, really. Okay, I like that play. Healing the Grave Robber, a very precious character, making it so the puncture from Pasta will not drop her to death's door anytime soon. I do like that play, even though you want to use the Zealous Accusation. If you just get riposted and it's a crit, that Crusader is probably going to die, and that is something you do not want to have happen. Right, so you're probably going to see this Man-at-Arms just drop one more Bellow, hitting everyone and adding even more damage debuffs. So, Ludic being able to achieve so much stress. Oh, not a virtue. Fearful Crusader and Selfish Vestal. So we are seeing every character afflicted by round 6. And Ludic's team is still on 4 characters. That Man-at-Arms is still at full HP. The Crusader is, well, he doesn't have a lot of HP, but he's still alive.
Impressive.
Now what is this Grave Robber gonna go for? Probably a Panic Dart, but the question is on whom? Oh! 14 damage Panic Darts! That is brutal! That is insane! And we are gonna see a pass from that Vestal instantly, going selfish and just passing. Reynold healing himself for 8. That is meaningful. 8 HP is a lot when you have all that protection, all those damage debuffs. The Crusader from Pasadena, he did clear the damage debuffs on the Shieldbreaker, so she is still able to do 10 damage with the Pierce. Well, not next round though, because she is now being stunned, and she's probably gonna be stunned for a very long time. Even though the A-Bomb does not have any stun trinkets, the Shield Breaker right now has minus 10% stun resist, considering that she is afflicted. So it is not looking good for her. And we see yet another pass from that Harrow Man. Now 2 passes in 2 rounds. That is crazy. And I feel like a Panic Darts on that Vestal might just be enough to kill her. Ludic might not want to go for that, he might just want to start spreading the pressure a bit more. We are yet to see. I feel like maybe, yeah, the Panic Darts just getting the kill. If it does get the kill, it would be great. Oh, it does. Sure enough. That is enough. And even if it wasn't, the stunned Shield Breaker would say her mean words, kill that Vestal herself. Yeah, that is a dead Vestal. The danger there was that the Vestal could very easily just stun the Crusader, drop him to death's door, and make him unable to heal. Now you see Ludic here, understanding that the pressure, the threat now is that Crusader with his stuns and just is able to completely nullify that. Now going for, oh, that is a powerful Zealous Accusation. Yeah, you just have to believe that the match is over by now. I mean, it was probably over a bit ago, yeah, past the surrenders now with that Zealous Accusation. We see Ludic completely mastering this team, doing absolutely every correct move, well, almost every correct move, and just taking down match number 3. You know, the rock, paper, scissors definitely happening now. Stress versus damage. No mark. That means that it is a very big edge that Ludic has against Pasta, and GG. GG indeed.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey,
Lots of
hey
pasta.
back. Hey back, I'm Shepard. Yeah, that was an insane
pasta.
round of matches.
Howdy. Oh my gosh.
Man,
Good game. I'm still in shock about the very first game we had, because that came down to a single roll, how it could have gone. But God, you just completely predicted. I mean, I play the same team, but I love that team. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
you love it because it's dumb, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Look at him. 2 stuns, 2 medium damage people, 2 medium healers. What are you gonna do? Kill one, there's just another one.
Yeah, that is the argument. It does get taken down by the rock, paper, scissors. It's too much to handle.
That was I should have kept that grave robber at the front. That was my mistake.
Yeah, I
And
definitely
RNG was
mentioned
on your side this time. The second game it was very much on my side.
Right, so I'm up a Lilac in finals.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's just gonna be me casting all night long. It's gonna be you versus Silac in a best of 5. So I hope everyone is enjoying the matches. So, you know, definitely take it easy, Ludic. Maybe think about on the teams you're gonna bring, just cool off a bit, because that was a very, very stressful best of 3, I would say. I am going to grab myself a snack, so make sure not to start the match prematurely, alright?
Right.
I do suggest the viewers to, you know, get themselves a drink as well,
Gotta
or...
get. I like you ready, buddy? Yeah, only 7 damage point blank. Blazing team. Aerator. Just got so much prot. Ability to combine high prot, decent damage, and high stress is what makes it strong in the meta. Why we've seen players taking it up. It's a great idea for its best stress team I've definitely one of the best. On Shep to get back.
Yeah, I have returned.
Right. Getting into the final matches of the Butcher's Circus.
Epic. Alright, so we are gonna have some matches between Silak and Ludic. Of course, Ludic today picking two very efficient teams. The Ludic Special, you know, the Dodge, the DOT, and the Man-at-Arms Repulsed. And also the Stress team that he has been using to perfection, even, I would say. He's been using it very, very well. And Silak, you know, taking me down. The first time I've actually lost any tournament best of 3 was against Silak, and it was today. So he was finally able to take me down, and he has made it to the finals. So, you know, when you lose to an opponent, you hope that they carry the torch to victory, really. Yeah, unless you're extremely competitive and you become angry at them or something. Don't become angry at the player. Become angry at the RNG or your bad decisions, I would say. No point in being angry at someone for beating you in a match, really. Unless they did it unfairly. But that is not the case in online sports. At least not in the Butcher's Circus.
You have chosen this foe. Do not disappoint.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Ludic has... you know, he kind of also has an idea of what Silak plays. He has the Silak Special, which is the Halo combat with a Vestal instead of a Chester. And sure enough, it's what he brings. Silak bringing his... You know, we have two special teams here. We have the Ludic Special and the Silak Special. Both players bringing their specials. And this is a very interesting matchup, because while it is damage over time against damage, so the edge should theoretically be on Silak's side. Like, Silak should have a bit of an advantage. His team is kind of slow, so Ludic might still have the chance of just taking this match. Alright, what does he go for with the... now that his antiquarian has been pulled? He goes for a guard instead of a take cover. Is that the best move? There is 2 stunning characters, so I'm not too sure. He is instantly making his man-at-arms useful though, and yeah, that is great. Because Silax Arbalest does not have any way of bypassing guard, because I don't believe he brings the stabilizing Tilla. Now there is going to be a stun, 70% chance, and it works. So now we are probably going to see that... Oh? What's gonna happen? Ludic, is he gonna go for... Oh, he might just go for an Adder's Kiss. Yeah, that is a very smart play. He goes for an Adder's Kiss, puts an Antiquarian into position 1. Okay, he does not want to use take cover. Interesting. Well, that does mean that there's gonna be a Dazzling Light. Oh, there's a miss. That is lucky for Ludic, let's be honest. Now he's gonna have to go aggressive with his Antiquarian. He does not have aggressive trinkets, but it is still damage over time pressure. So bringing that that dodge did pay off, but here we see just the power of the Arbalest. Like, even without a mark, even with all the dodge that was on the Jester, she still gets a hit and gets a crit and just almost drops him to death stall. It's brutal how strong the Arbalest is. She really is the best character in the Witch's Circus, I would say. And she is also the heart of the composition of Silac. So Ludic definitely wants to try and finale her. Oh, he puts himself into marking range. That could be a misplay. Stunning blow doing 10 damage. That is a maximum roll. That is plenty of damage. Yeah, there's 2 stunned characters on Ludic's team. A very powerful dead stab, but it might be too late. This is not looking that good. What's gonna happen now is... Oh, there's gonna be Dazzling Light. Yeah, it hits. The dodge on the Jester is not working. No, this is the problem with playing damage over time against a damage team like this one of Silax. It's just very powerful, and it's doing what it can to dismantle this team. He misses the chance of going for that the shot on the Mark Antiquarian, but he still does 19 damage, almost enough to get blow. So maybe going shots while she was marked would have been better. So we see definitely a missed turn order from Silac, and now this bounty hunter just gets the death blow. The chance was 78% of actually hitting. Oh, Silac definitely being quite lucky on the rolls today, I would say. Alright, we are gonna see once again a guard onto this Antiquarian, but there are 2 stunners. Stunning blow. Oh, there's a resist now. A 30% resist. Another case going into this Crusader does not resist the blight. So even though this Jester is dead, there is still a decent enough chance for Ludic to take it. It's not really easy to deal with all that damage of time. It's only on the front line though. And Silac has 3 healers. So yeah, this is not gonna be easy for Ludic, to say the least. He also does not have the Jester anymore, so he can't get a finale and just remove a character. And we are gonna see that Man-at-Arms being stunned. Didn't work the first time, it worked the second time. So yeah, whichever team that Ludic is more comfortable with today, from what we've seen, has a Man-at-Arms. So I do believe that's why Silac took both stun trinkets on the vessel. Very nice play by him, I must admit. Now he's gonna mark the Man-at-Arms to death. Maybe not the best play, But there is still a piercing quarrel with that obelisk, so maybe she is able to do plenty of damage. He doesn't have any more crit damage versus marked anymore because, you know, when you crit with the obelisk, this is why she's so broken. Like, everything is in her favor. If you crit with the obelisk, you're gonna do plus 33% damage against marked characters for 3 rounds. Like, it's as if you already didn't have enough damage. And that Vestal does resist the move, at 20% move resist, you know. Very unfortunate for Ludic today. The RNG is not in his favor this first match. Dazzling Light hits 60 dodge with that shield breaker. Doesn't matter. Now you're gonna see that Antiquarian using Take Cover. At last, she is back in position 4.
Teetering on the brink. Facing
Sniper
the
shots
abyss.
only doing 10 damage. That's Man at Arms has a lot of protection. Oh, but it just went down to 45. His protection just went down to 45, so that's not too good. Finish him on the shield breaker. Misses. Now Psylocke is just able to use his Crusader, which has, you know, no other better actions to just heal that bounty hunter, so everything works out perfectly with the team that he's using. Okay, Ludic decides to go for the Riposte instead of going for a Guardian to buff up his protection once more. Interesting play, to say the least. Maybe it will work very well and he'll get those 20 crit Ripostes that he got on the last best of 3. We see Divine Grace healing for 13. Is it enough to keep that bounty hunter out of death's door though? Okay, the Antiquarian protecting herself. She is gonna stay protected for a bit at least. Goes for the finish him again, misses. That finish him would do a lot of damage considering that the shield breaker is stunned. Okay, now this Crusader goes for the stunning blow. 40% chance of actually hitting.
Such a terrible assault.
So yeah, it is natural that it is not a hit. Oh, 22 damage hit into that Man at Arms, even with the 65% protection. His HP is going down. He decides to go for a bolster. I feel like Ludic understands that his only real chance is to get lucky, really. Okay, now there's gonna be a sniper shot. 40 damage crit. That takes a 13 in return. Resists the bleed. You know, very decent bleed resist on that obelisk. 45. Moves forward with the Antiquarian. Interesting move. Making it so the bounty hunter cannot use finish him instantly on that Crusader. No, on that Man at Arms.
Rallies to the underdog.
Oh no, he can! Oh, what a misplay. I totally forgot about that as well. Oh, Ludic, that was not the best play. Yeah, Man at Arms was guarding the Antiquarian, so the finish him just use the finish him on the Antiquarian and it goes to the Man at Arms. I forgot about that myself. No, that's what happens. It was such a silly play that I didn't actually believe it would happen.
Sedated.
Oh, maybe Ludic was just trying to be extremely smart and hoping that Psylocke wouldn't see it. We'll go with that.
Another life wasted.
Yeah, now he says he realizes the mistake the second he did it. That's completely fine. I might have made that mistake myself, honestly. Now this Shieldbreaker, she is soon going to be alone against 4 characters. So yeah, this is just what the rock, paper, scissors does to you. Even though Ludic, he had very decent tools to try and deal with it, Salak just got very lucky being able to kill that Jester early, and yeah, Ludic was just not very much able to do what he had to do. Said that though, the Antiquarian does get a dodge. She has 40 dodge, maybe she gets lucky a few more times. She gets stunned again. Not today, maybe. No stunning blow going into that Shieldbreaker. There is a dodge. Now Bola gets the death blow, and it is now a 1v4. Yeah, a 1v4 situation. I don't feel like Ludic has any chance here. Really, because yeah, it's 4 characters. Maybe Ludic should just surrender so we aren't really wasting everyone's time. Maybe, even though we really want to see the Shieldbreaker pull forward. It's just against 2-3 characters, maybe there is a chance, but against 4, it's just a bit too much. Especially considering that 3 of them have healing. Like, to lose this match, Salak would literally have to throw it. Yeah, we see the Divine Comfort able to just heal everyone. Alright, we see an Adderskiss doing plenty of damage, adding that blight. Alright, but there is gonna be a surrender. It's too little, too late, really. This Shieldbreaker, the Clutch Breaker, even though, you know, she wants to try and dodge everything, against 3 healers and 4 characters, it is impossible. It is impossible to win such a match. It's okay though, because we are in a best of 5, so that was the first match, so each player is gonna have to win 3 matches. What I really want to see now is, you know, we already know the playing style of both players. They have their special teams, which is what they were using right now. Ludic also has his stress team. Salak has a few other teams that he's quite comfortable with, like a few other damage teams. We just want to see them kind of like try something new out, because right now you can bet for sure that they're going to be trying to counter each other, so they're probably going to have to come up with something new. You know, something that they haven't played yet. I'm not suggesting that they go melee Plague Doctor, but yeah, we definitely want to see both players maybe try getting out of their comfort zone to try and counterpick their opponent, to do anything like that. That would be very fun. I do believe that Ludic is just picking his team now, same as Silak. And yeah, we just have to wait just a bit for that, and then we'll get right into match number 2. And it is 1-0 for Silak, and sure enough, we are going into match number 2. Both players Darkest One, Grand Finals of the Sunday Circus Tournament number 5. And yeah, we see here Silak bringing a team that I like very much. It's a stress team, you know, it's the Zetas composition. He has his man-at-arms wrong. Man-at-arms is supposed to be in position 3, but he is playing it against damage over time. So Ludic just does not care. He brings the same team once more. Ooh, he still goes for that riposte. Yeah, Ludic was now expecting some kind of damage team, so he brought the exotic Snuff. He's going to regret that decision, because there is that Houndmaster. He wants to, you know, he wants to use his Hound's Harry to just add a lot of stress, add a lot of pressure. Alright, Salak. Now he's playing against the damage over time team, so his protection, his damage debuffs are not going to do very much. Okay, he goes for the classic play of transforming and raging at Jester and missing. You know, every match there's an A-bomb and there's a Jester. He just transforms and goes for a rage. If you hit, you win. If you miss, you lose. Well, you don't really lose, because what you want to do when you transform with an A-bomb is, you know, you want the stress from the transformation. And if you do get that rage, it can really, really, really pay off. Like, had that rage connected, it could have done something like 20 damage, 25 damage, even his entire HP on a crit. Yeah, Mongrel's saying that I'm on a crusade against the Snuff today. Yeah, definitely, because sometimes it just doesn't pay off, and we have not been, like, the Snuff has been picked like 4 times today. It was picked on a flagellant, it removed accuracy and just lost. Now it's been picked on the man-at-arms instead of a shield spike, like a trinket that could win the match. And you know, it's worth having it than not having it, because that 4 accuracy could actually matter. Bellows only has 100 accuracy. Yeah, that is insane. Okay, we see both players just doing some buffs, and now we see a very powerful Elder's Case on a Crusader. There is no way of removing that blight, so the damage is gonna pay off. And this is just what's amazing about the Circus. Like, you don't see, playing a damage over time team, you don't see like, oh look, there was a crit, now the character's at death's door. No, slowly, gently, he's gonna drop to death's door over like 3, 4, 5 turns. You're playing ahead pretty much. That's why it's so difficult for damage over time teams to start to just ramp up at the beginning of the match. Same thing with stress teams. You know, they just have difficulty of just having that pressure early on. That's why damage just has such a powerful edge against everything. Alright, we see a Harvester hitting that Houndmaster, even with all that dodge. It just works. Yeah, adds some damage over time. Did he really miss that A-bomb? Not sure if anyone heard, but my phone just rang. It was hopefully nothing important, but yeah, I could not look at the Harvest. Not getting it on the A-bomb is definitely very unlucky if that's what happened. Yeah, we see here that Repulse is just not gonna do anything. The shield spike would hit, a crit would do like 10 damage, minimum 10 damage, and it would even potentially get a bleed against the Crusader. Yeah, it just, you know, Ludic, it's not his fault that the Snuff isn't working very well. He went for a gamble. He gambled against Salak bringing a damage team. He didn't, so now he is kind of like suffering some of the consequences. That said, he is playing damage over time against stress. So the matchup, like the rock paper scissors, that means that the edge is on Ludic's side. He has the winning edge, but it's not looking spectacular so far. And you know, it is a rock paper scissors, but not having the flagellant means that it's not that much of a rock paper scissors anymore, because flagellant is just what's really strong against stress. And not having that tool makes it a bit worse, I would say. And we see that Houndmaster from Psylocke not really banking everything into just spamming Hud's Harry. He has some dodge trinkets, maybe he can do something else with him. So definitely very smart from Psylocke to just, you know, keep his options open. Right, we are gonna see a stun. I do believe that Psylocke did use the command, so almost impossible to dodge that stun, I would say. And we are just gonna keep seeing that regen being dropped, but you know, the damage is collateral damage because Psylocke is playing stress. His win condition is stress. Using this healing, like, yeah, it is good, but the stress is adding up. It's not reducing any of the stress, and it's not adding any damage over time. So Ludic just gonna keep using that retribution. I do believe he's been relatively lucky to be able to hit that Houndmaster all these times. He has 52 dodge, that is still a reasonable amount. Okay, we are gonna see that self-accusation hit both the shield breaker and the man-at-arms. Yeah, definitely being very lucky hitting that shield breaker all these times. Psylocke being very smart just using that command. We definitely have seen commands almost just carrying matches today. Alright, we see a selfish shield breaker that is going to add 5 dodge. It's not 10, it's nothing crazy, but it is still something. You know what I would love to see right now? I do hope that Ludic isn't listening, but a puncture onto the Houndmaster would make it so he cannot heal himself. That is something that you just learn after playing damage over time against stress. Because now the Houndmaster is like gonna heal himself and get out of that stall. If you puncture him, you can't do that. Like, you do enough damage to take him out of that stall, and then he can't heal. Because he can't heal in position 1 with Blink Blink. So definitely a missed opportunity on the side of Ludic. Of course, there is still that potential slam from the A-bomb, which can always drop the Houndmaster back to position 2, but that is just speculative. The A-bomb is not going to be able to slam every round. Ooh, we see that rage, now it worked. Now it worked. The classic rage, just go for it, close your eyes and just click it. It worked. As I said, it gets a crit, those crazy amounts of damage, 34. Enough to knock that Jester to that stall. But he heals. Oh, that is unfortunate that the stab did not land. Not purely just because of dealing damage to that Houndmaster, but more because that he does not buff up his finale. And that's something that he needs to do as quickly as possible. Yeah, there is a manacles now. Oh. Yeah, this is not looking too good for Ludic. Let's be honest. This A-bomb, has he transformed twice? I believe he has. Or only once, I'm not too sure. It's round 4. Yeah, I think he transformed twice. Maybe he was stunned. No, there are no stuns. Never mind, yeah. I'm not too sure if he's transformed twice yet, but that horror is definitely doing a lot. Alright, Psylocke, is he gonna use command again? He is. He understands that the dodge is still there. He needs to keep using that command if he wants to keep hitting. It also adds crit chance, so it is definitely a good ability. Right, we're gonna see a Hound's Harry. Yeah, that riposte from the Man-at-Arms is just laughable. The Hound's Harry does a relatively high amount of pressure. There is going to be a chance for a death blow, I believe.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Alright, that Crusader drops to death's door. He is probably just gonna try to heal himself. Now trying to stay off the store. You could go for Zealous, but even if the mana arms riposte isn't very meaningful, you can still get a death blow. Yeah, Sonic just decides to play it safe, goes for the healing. Alright, now Ludic, he is going to puncture that Houndmaster, I believe. Yeah, he goes for it. He gets to move forward. Alright. Unfortunately, there is already like no real damage over time on him. He's been able to use his lick wounds already. So it's not that efficient of a move anymore. But it is still a move. There is a chance of just using that Houndmaster to go for Hound's Harry and killing that Jester. If Salak goes for that and gets it, that could be insane. Alright, but he clicks Jester off of that store. Who does he want to finale with Jester? I mean, the Houndmaster has already taken up so much pressure, and he's still alive. This Crusader is going to be able to keep himself alive with the Rally to the Flame. Yeah, it is not really easy to decide. He doesn't have that much damage either. Oh, that Hound's Harry hitting everyone. All that stress is insane. And this Houndmaster, oh my goodness, okay, we are gonna see a Virtue. Because of that Tears of the Lost, getting a Virtuous Antiquarian going powerful, which is gonna add damage to the other characters with those Virtue act-outs. That could be amazing for that Jester, just give him the edge to get that finale death blow. That is brutal. Are we gonna see a comeback of Virtuous Antiquarian? That is also gonna mean that she does a bit more damage, so she has even less chance of just doing 0 damage with the Festering Vapors. And you know, I'll mention that it's also adding her like a lot of resistances, so she is like almost impossible to debuff now. Okay, there's gonna be a Manacles. Oh, stun resist. Oh, the snuff worked. Alright, I'll admit it, the snuff did work. Yeah, we see this Jester, just goes for the Crusader. Knocks him out. Now it's a 4v3 with the Virtuous Antiquarian. You just have to believe that. That is one of the only reasons that Ludic is still in the game. That Virtuous Antiquarian might just completely turn this around. While it is still gonna be like difficult to kill that Man-at-Arms of Silek, like, oh, he's sitting there on full HP on the backline. An Adder's Kiss could pretty much just knock him to death stall in a few rounds. Like 1 or 2 Adder's Kiss, and that Man-at-Arms is doomed. Oh, that is a lot of stress though. We are seeing the stress, the act-outs, the plus stress taken from having already used that finale on the Jester. Oh, she moves back. Oh, very smart play. Pulling that Man-at-Arms, making it so the A-bomb isn't last. And, you know, pretty much makes the A-bomb miss a turn. And considering that you already up a character, making your opponent just skip turns like that is always worth it. So he is gonna move. But yeah, Ludic still has the chance, you know, just a choice of either he wants to pull that Crusader Corpse next round. He can still go for it. Oh, okay, we see a Festering Vapors getting 1 crit. That is pretty much going to count as a Materia Pestis, just getting a crit. Okay, Hound's Harry. Oh, was that 2 crits? Was that 3 crits? Holy crap. Well, doesn't have stress to drop that just to do this though. Okay, Man-at-Arms moves forward. Yeah, I don't think that the Jester is gonna survive much longer. Ludic it might have been in his interest to just drop the regen now. Now it might be too late, but no, maybe it will still work. The question is, does he have enough bleed on him? You know, how much bleed is on that Jester? We don't know. Would the rejuvenating vapors be able to save him? Even with the rejuvenating vapors, I feel like a bellow might just kill him right now. Okay, Salak plays it slightly slower, going for a command first because he felt like his bellow would just miss. Alright, we see the first buff coming in from that powerful. That adds 15% damage for 4 rounds. That is quite high. 15% is good. That's like the difference between doing 10 damage and 12 damage. Oh, and that is one dead Jester and a shield breaker at the store. Oh, they're falling like dominoes. Oh no. Oh goodness, yeah, that is a dead shield breaker. That was enough horror on her to just die. Now we're gonna see a Manacles, very likely to stun. Especially getting that crit. The extra resistances on the Antiquarian not paying off. That Man-at-Arms almost dying. Yeah, that might have just been too much pressure. You just have to believe that if Ludic had the shield spike instead of the snuff, he would have won that match. Like, it's very sad to think of it that way, but that is what would have happened. That Houndmaster would be completely unable to use the Hound's Harry. Yeah, Ludic just going, why did I remove my shield spike? Well, he tried to counterpick. He counterpicked himself. That's just what happens. Now, Silak is up 2 matches. You know, Silak just completely rocking it today. I mean, took me down. I have never been taken down on one of these tournaments before, so props to him. And now, he is 2-0 against Ludic. And Ludic is no joke, he's a great opponent. Yeah, it is now 2-0, but Ludic, of course, I mean, he wants to win. He's gonna try to go for it. He's gonna go for that reverse sweep. We have seen a reverse sweep on the best of 3, but are we going to see a reverse sweep on the best of 5? It is possible. It is possible. What is Ludic going to do is the big question. He's picked the same team twice.
Familiarity breeds contempt and does not forgive failure.
Alright, both players are ready. We are going into match number 3. It is match point for Silak.
The advantage is yours.
Alright, we see Ludic bringing the team that he's been using so masterfully today. That stress team. Beautiful. And we see Silak bringing something that he's only used like once or twice before. He brings his own stress team that is focused on moves and dodging and, you know, kind of just having a dodge tank. So this Man-at-Arms has 2 moves that he really wants to use. He wants to use Command and he wants to use Bolster. But by using Command now means that he has a bit of a better chance of just doing what he needs to do. Yeah, so these are 2 stress teams. We are going to see a stress versus stress matchup, and you know, the Occultist is very powerful in these kinds of matchups, but so is the Grave Robber. So this is not going you know, the match isn't like it is no rock paper scissors. It's just what happens in the match. There is an A-bomb on Ludic's side and no A-bomb on Silex, so that might come in handy. Oh, he goes for the Beast Spile first. Okay, that is also a tactic, going for the Beast Spile round 1 and then transforming by the end of round 2. The only problem with that is that his A-bomb has no trinket for that riposte. Like, his riposte is it's kind of trash, let's be honest. The real Spartans put in his Butcher's Circus abilities tier list that Beast Spile is like in D tier, like one of the worst abilities. And it is kind of true if you do not have the riposte trinket. Okay, even with that command, unable to hit a Houndmaster, 67 dodge, like that is too much. That is too much. It is from the round 1 buff, so some of that dodge is gonna go away once we start round 2. Thank goodness, because Ludic is, I mean, Gazelle's accusation already has like 90 accuracy, that's not very much. Okay, we are gonna see a Festering Vapors, and yeah, Riposte just dodged. And Silex just doesn't care. You know, I mean, Beast Spile, even with the Riposte trinket, it's still kind of eh. And without it, maybe a Slam would have been better, just adding more stress early. I feel like whoever wins is who is more aggressive, really, who is able to do more damage over time, do more stress. We are gonna see a match that's gonna go into like the absolute end, probably. We are probably gonna see a lot of heart attacks in, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 rounds. Okay, goes for a Demon Pull. This means that a Shadow Fade is forced because that A-bomb is in position 4. So yeah, there is going to be a forced Shadow Fade right now. Not before the bolster. He goes for the bolster first. Could that have been a misplay? Maybe. Maybe it could have been a misplay, because Silac now can pull the Man-at-Arms forward. And if he pulls the Man-at-Arms forward, that means that the Grave Robber is unable to use her Shadow Fade. Being unable to use her Shadow Fade means that that A-bomb is just gonna have to move out of position 4. That is something you do not like seeing. The Riposte now doing 7 damage, not too shabby. You know, kind of unreliable, that Riposte, but doing 7, that's really good, honestly. And the bite and the stress on top. You know, it did kind of do something, at least. It's still nothing compared to what Hans Harry and the Festering Vapors is doing. Okay, we are gonna see another Festering Vapors, and the Riposte just dodge. Yeah, there is a command buff on that A-bomb. Okay, now we see the command buff paying off, able to hit that Houndmaster, even with his 52 dodge. That's not something you see every day. SL's accusation hitting a dodge Houndmaster. You know, I feel like Silac's team is just, it would die so hard against against the Jester, because he has 3 dodge characters. Right, he has 3 characters that not only have like dodge trinkets on them, but they really need to dodge. That's like one of their only chances. They don't have protection, they don't have like that many crutch abilities, like, you know, the shield breaker and whatnot. Okay, we are probably gonna see this A-bomb just transform now. I believe that is the correct play, just don't adding that that horror. Okay, he goes for a slam into the Man-at-Arms. That is the correct move, because that means that the Houndmaster is not going to be able to use Woodwinds for pretty much the entire duration of the match, unless Silac wants to either move or there is some kind of affliction going on. And that also means that Antiquarian goes to position 2, which is, you know, not perfect. Alright, we are going to see maybe a Beast Smile, maybe a Manacles. Okay, Beast Smile. Alright, he gets the blight on both characters, that is good.
The buffoon is flummoxed.
There is no more command buff on that on that A-bomb, so Ludic is probably just gonna refresh it now, I would say. Or maybe he uses the buffs on his Crusader first. Ooh, that is a lot of stress. You know, it's damage, it's stress, and it's not just the stress on hit, which was like 16, it's also the horror on top. Yeah, look at that, 14 horror. Silac doesn't have an A-bomb. That horror is coming purely from the Abyssal Artillery. It would have been 16 if it wasn't for the bolster. That artillery just doing its work. Now we do see a command refresh. Maybe a missed turn order, because that does mean that the Crusader right now has plus 40 accuracy, and so does the Grave Robber. And while that is good, that means that they only have this buff for this round and 2 more, instead of like having it for 3 more. So, you know, they're definitely not gonna miss this round, at least. Maybe we should see like a heal, but I mean not a heal, but a Toxin Trickery. Even with the double command buff, he misses that Hardmaster. Oh, that is unfortunate. Let's be honest here. 86%. That came purely from me and Testor. Okay, we see a dodge at least. Alright, a heal going through into that Grave Robber. She just has to dodge now, because a single Abyssal Artillery will be able to bring her down to that stall and crazy amounts of pressure back onto her. You know, same thing with the Hound's Harry. Oh, that is so much stress through. And that's gonna be another affliction. And that is fearful. So a chance to pass on the A-bomb. You don't want that to happen. You want to get those transform stacks. Yeah, it's just Ludic is not being able to do enough stress yet. Like Silac's team is just able to do so much stress. It's round 4 and almost every character is afflicted, you know, just because of all that AoE pressure. You know, Silac's team, it's definitely good. You know, it's just the inability, like Mongrel was saying, the inability to deal with that occultist. It's just terrible. Like 33 horror. Look at that. That's brutal. That is brutal. Like, the occultist isn't the best character, but if he's just able to run rampant, then I mean, he can do so much. Really, like the horror, the stress, even the damage on hits of the tentacles, the pulls. Like, he is powerful. He's a good character. I placed him like in B tier on my tier list, I think. Only because he's very squishy and many times he's just gonna die early. And that's what you should do if you see an occultist. You should just kill him because he's really powerful. Oh, we see 12 damage, almost dropping that antiquarian to that star. Oh, 0 damage riposte. And almost killing that Grave Robber. She is probably going to die once she clicks. We see the Antiquarian going virtuous. Oh no, that is disastrous. And it's Courageous as well. Courageous removes stress on your allies. And it also makes it so you take less stress. Yeah, that is terrifying. And like, Ludic's backline is about to die. Yeah, just like Mongrel is saying once more, Ludic's backline is about to die. But very, very soon. That Crusader not going for a heal makes it so his backline like, just dies immediately. But a heal would just delay it for 1 round, really. Even if it could delay it, the damage over time might just be too much. Like, not having a real riposte just destroyed this match, really. Oh, we see a death blow there on the riposte, just as I was saying that not having a real riposte destroyed the match. Yeah, it's just like the A-Bonds repulse just exists really. It didn't do even near enough to stop the pressure from Salak. The shield spike would have won this match for Ludic, but how would he know that the shield, he would need that, really. You know, I'm saying this, but there is still a chance for success. That Antiquarian could just die, even though she's virtuous. Like, Salak is not really healing his characters, so there could just be, you know, death incoming.
The bulwarks of the mind have fallen.
Okay, we see an afflicted Reynold. Doesn't have the... Oh, yeah, that is a dead grave robber.
Well.
Can the Crusader beat the Occultist in a 1v1? Yeah, definitely. They can both beat each other, but yeah, Crusader can beat him. The only problem is that dodge. The Occultist has 40 dodge to that monkey's ball. That's not good. I've actually been in a position like that before, it just depends on whether you get lucky. Okay, there's gonna be a bellow, and showing that that Man-at-Arms is really gonna die. I mean, I assume that he's got like 30 horror on him right now. Probably that bellow was not even necessary. I mean, Ludic isn't even looking at the statistics on like the bleeds, the blights, the horror, because he just knows it's not good. He just knows it's not looking good, so he's not even gonna click on it. Yeah, he just knows that that Man-at-Arms is going down. Yeah, he has more than enough damage over time on him. The heal would not be enough. Oh, there is a bit of a stress heal there. Only 5, but it could be the difference between victory and defeat. Now, if a Beast Spile happens right now and drops that Man-at-Arms to, like, I don't know, 198 stress, something like that, you can blame the Virtuous Antiquarian. Does this Occultist go for a heal now? No, he just decides to go aggressive. Okay, does a lot of stress on that Avon. You know, not as good as Panic Darts, but the Occultist has a lot of things that the Grave Robber doesn't. Okay, we are probably gonna see a Beast Smile. Ooh, it is a death blow. And a crit as well? Hang on. Boys, are we gonna see a turnaround? I don't believe that this Antiquarian will heal enough with her regen. She could just die right now. And you know, the riposte from the A-bomb is gonna matter a lot at the final stages of the game. Just being able to add that little bit of stress, just having that death blow pressure. The riposte of the A-bomb is very powerful in the late game. Okay, there's gonna be an invigorating vapors, adding dodge, multiply. He knows that Crusader has, you know, painfully low accuracy. So he just acts out and heals himself. Alright. What is the Occultist gonna do? Weakening Curse on the Crusader, trying to spread that pressure a little bit. Also because he doesn't want to Weakening Curse the A-bomb, because he would just get reposted. Oh, we see double dodge. Oh, jeez. Invigorating Vape is instantly paying off. Like, that double dodge chance was not high. You know, it was like a 70% chance to hit both either character. You know. And Ludic cannot afford to be unlucky. This is his last match. If he loses now, he loses the tournament and Silent wins. We don't want to let Silent win, he's French. Alright, and that goes for another invigorating vapors. 38% chance to hit. Ooh, it still lands. Okay, that is gonna be an afflicted occultist. Goes hopeless, loses 5 dodge. It's not enough. Imagine an abusive occultist just killing that Antiquarian right now. Okay, moves backwards. I wonder if that makes any difference. Ooh, there isn't gonna be no more invigorating vapors. Okay, at least that. neither invigorating nor rejuvenating. Okay, Beast Smile. Please hit. Oh my god. Yeah, Ludic just... He's probably gonna break his mouse at this point by how much he's flickering it around.
Well, it would appear...
Oh my goodness, this is the final match. Ludic cannot afford these dodges. If those Beast Smiles just hit, like, if he's able just to kill an Antiquarian, he can perma-stun the Occultist. Like, this Abomination at the end of the match, like, please. No! He misses again. He misses the riposte again. Like, Ludic just has to be screaming by this point. I would be. I would be screaming by this point. There's a dodge. Yeah, this is not fun. Let's be honest here. Oh, Weakening Curse is gonna do a heart attack. Okay, next Weakening Curse is gonna be a kill. That is the power of Weakening Curse, and same with like Flash Powder and Panic Darts. Okay, does he just go for a stun? He misses anyway. Oh my god. And now we're gonna see a Weakening Curse just getting that death blow, very likely. I mean, not very likely, like for sure. Only if he had missed. Yeah, we see this this occultist like not getting any act outs, just moving forward. I mean, moving backwards once, and that's it. That's not really an act out, let's be honest. Okay, now Ludic understands that he has to do enough blight and enough stress to like actually kill this Antiquarian. He just needs to hit now. Like, he's been getting so unlucky on these rolls, like he just needs to hit. Okay, he does one. There's no blight. Not having the blight trinket on this save on. Oh, he's almost gonna drop to death's door now. Oh no, he is gonna drop to death's door. Well, if he doesn't use Absolution, he dies. He's gonna have to hope for some crazy act out from this occultist. Come on. Oh, there is an act out. Oh, a mark. That is one of the stupidest act outs. I've never seen a mark act out actually do anything. Like, who cares if by round 10 you mark yourself? Like, it's not gonna make a difference. Never gonna make a difference. Teams that mark aren't gonna do stress. Like, that is one of the stupidest act outs. I wonder if the developers did it on purpose. Okay, we do see a crit absolution. That is very nice. That is very nice. If we see this hopeless occultist just do something, oh. Okay, he just keeps on doing what he must. Just keeps on weakening curse, no practices, no nothing. I mean, if you want to be afflicted, then go occultist. Go hopeless. No, A-bomb, please. Ludic has... Oh, he has moved his mouse around like miles just this match. On how unlucky he's been. Please. Oh, and there's the stress heal. There are no more heals for the A-bomb. He's used up all his lifelines. The only thing that stands between Silac and victory is this A-bomb. There's a dodge, he has 25 dodge, he's fearful. Okay, his only choice is to manacles. Who's he gonna manacles? Does only 1 damage because of that weakening curse, reducing his damage. Jeez.
How quickly the tide turns.
Can he dodge? Can he dodge the weakening curse? Oh, it lands and even crits. Oh, the occultist takes the win. GG. We see Silac going 3-0. Brutal. Ludic did his absolute best.
No, I don't believe it.
Yeah, that was
I
just...
don't believe it.
The combination of being unlucky and counterpicked, it's just... It is too much.
GG. Hey, Silac, get in here. You have to give a victory speech. That destroyed me like that.
Oh, where is Salak? He just left. Oh, he's back.
I could not believe it. I just, everything went wrong. Everything. Oh my
Yeah, but
goodness. Jeez.
was so lucky. GG.
Yeah, we see that Silak lost the finals of the last tournament. He did not want to lose again. Didn't lose a single match this time. Crazy.
What do you think, Silak?
I think I was pretty lucky on the third match. You should have won the last match, definitely. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We
Yeah,
can all
we
hear
can,
you. You
O-
finally
overall, I'm
got
happy.
your victory, right?
Yeah, third time. Yeah, finally got it.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations, Silak. You deserved it.
I still think attack team are the best team of the game.
Yeah,
I don't believe in rock paper scissors. For me, attack team is just a well played attack team, just the better composition in the game.
Did a good job with it. I feel like I regret so much switching off my shield spike in round 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if Shep
Yeah.
said anything about it. But that
Ooh, did
that
I?
single trinket change
Did I say
completely
anything
changed the
about it?
match. 'Cause if that Man at Arms had the riposte, you would not have
Yeah.
been able to do anything with that double.
Yeah, please go and have a listen at the matches. I definitely
Oh my
said
gosh!
everything about it.
I bet if I go and listen to the matches, Shep is just gonna chew me out. He's gonna give me all the lectures about how I should never switch to snuff, never ever, always use shield spike, never ever switch to snuff. Right? That's what you're gonna be saying the whole match. I know it. And
Well,
I'm gonna be like feeling it so much. Right.
not the whole match, but I did mention.
Oh,
it very
not the
much,
whole match. Is 99.
Yeah. I mean, I understand though. You tried counterpicking. You know,
And then the third match, I just I could not make anything land.
yeah. Even with
And
the
I was
command.
using command, right? I was stacking
Yeah.
command, and I missed
You
Plague
missed
Dart,
like a 90% panic dodge.
Shadow Fade Plague Dart. That was like 90 that was like an 80 something or 90 something percent chance.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
whiffed.
definitely. You know, it
That's
just
that's
happens.
that's the benefit of having high dodge, right? I had to waste those turns on command. I had to wait, and when I did, pay off.
Yeah, the dodge was just too much.
Very well played, Silak. Congratulations, man. You deserve it.
Thanks.
You've been running for a while now.
Even.
Finally beat Shep.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, he did. Not next week.
I'm
We'll
just
see.
happy I got to see the Stress Hunter actually win a high level match.
Yeah, me too.
He had to work really hard for it too.
You did. That
Poor
was
Stress
very
Hunter.
close match.
He just pulled it out right at the end there.
Yeah, he did. That finish impression. So good. Alright, everyone. I think that's enough for tonight.
All right, thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you so much for support. We will be back next Sunday. Oh, and we're going to be changing the schedule. Shep, changing the schedule too.
I think we are changing the schedule from 7 p.m. GMT to 4 p.m. GMT.
That's it.
So that means 5 p.m. London time, and this makes it way better
And
for
9
a lot of people.
a.m. EDT.
Yeah, like that means that for someone like living in Germany or in Poland
Yep.
or in
The
France,
purpose of the change, make it easier on our Europe and participants.
Yeah, it's gonna make it so like French people and German people start at like 6 p.m. and you know, even
Yeah.
with being a Monday tomorrow, they can easily do it.
I,
And
I'm
for
in.
like,
I'm all the way over in sunny California. So
yeah,
I gotta wake up early.
yeah. I mean, 3 hours. What time does that make it for you?
9 o'clock. Basically
Yeah,
an unheard of
That's
hour.
okay.
No human being wakes up as early as 9. Come on, no.
especially on a
Not
Sunday.
not on a Sunday. No, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. I actually have been up since like 4 a.m. So whatever.
Oh my goodness. Well, 9 o'clock is a good time. It's a nice time to wake up. You have plenty of time to sleep still.
Yeah.
I
So
hope I hope
mine-
our American viewers can also cope with it.
yeah, yeah. It seemed like the best compromise. Everybody can. Well, we next Sunday at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
much for
4
watching.
p.m. GMT.
And congratulations, Lilac, on his well-earned.
Thanks. I'm gonna win next week again.
Oh, he's calling out. He's saying he's gonna win next week again.
Jeez.
Can he do it?
He's getting
Lilac
ballsy.
laying down the gauntlet.
He is indeed. Well, everyone's gunning for Silac now.
Yeah, everyone's gonna be gunning for you now, man.
No problem.
They're gonna be labbing that Vestal comp of yours, figuring out ways to counter it.
Yeah, but I have other comp. It's not
Yeah,
a problem.
you've got other good comps. You have that you have that AOE one.
Yeah, but the AoE of the last match, I didn't play the way I'm supposed to play it. It's like a counter to focus attack team, but
Yep.
against not attack team, it's very hard to play it.
Well, you still pulled it off. GG.
Yep. Off.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.